I want to welcome everyone to the October 15th, 2019 City Council meeting. May I have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Brownstone.
Here.
Councilmember Penrose.
Here.
Councilmember Reddick.
Here.
Vice Mayor Eisen.
Here.
Mayor Rohrbeck.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for some.
I have 10 blue cards to speak on items not on the agenda. If you, getting more all the time. $12, 13.
We have 14.
No. We have one request to speak on an item that is on the agenda. The person who's making it is from Life Moves, an organization that I respect, and needs to make a flight. So I'm going to go things out of order and call on Brian Greenberg to start.
I really appreciate this. I oversee Life Moves, all the shelters. We have 17 shelters in Silicon Valley and the Peninsula. I'm speaking on behalf of the Workforce Development Center that Abundant Grace is proposing. Once this program is implemented, a year or two from now, I know from experience, the merchants, the neighborhood, the law enforcement, the sheriff's department, the residents, everyone will be behind it. We have programs in Menlo Park and City of San Mateo and Palo Alto surrounded by multi-million-dollar homes. These programs, when they're run right, are embraced by the community. There's nothing more important than workforce development. It helps people to develop a proprietorship over their life, their community, their family, their job. There's a lack of infrastructure for homeless services west of the coastal range. We're looking forward to renting a space for our homeless outreach team to work out of. It's important to give homeless people a sense of proprietorship through work. I appreciate you letting me speak out of turn, and I hope that the council finds it to support this important project. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. I have 14 slips related to the Dunes Beach Surf Beach project, and I would like to have our project, what's your title? You're Community Development Director, is that right?
Absolutely. Good evening, Mayor Rohrbeck. Thank you for inviting me to come up. I'm Jill Egas. I'm the City of Half Moon Bay's Community Development Director, and good evening to the community members. We just wanted to give a little bit of background before we hear public comment tonight to make sure folks have ways to get involved, and we know that you're very interested in this proposal. In brief, the city received the application on September 20th, and this is a private development proposal. It has not gone through the stringent environmental review and project review that will be required of it. The proposal includes, on a very highest level, these requests from the applicant. They're seeking to amend the city's certified local coastal program, and the specific applications under that include a specific plan, a coastal development permit, and a subdivision map. We note that the LCP amendment and any specific plan would need to be certified by the California Coastal Commission after city review. Furthermore, due to the project's location, City Council decisions on any of the other elements would be appealable to the Coastal Commission. So this just came in. This is early days. This is a complex application, and your staff is reviewing this to determine if this application is complete and can be processed. Following that, the city will be selecting the environmental review consultant. This requires an environmental impact report, and that the consultant would be hired by the city and paid for by the applicant. So we want to be real clear about that. We know people have a lot of questions about that. Subsequently, the overall environmental review public comment period would commence after that. People can anticipate that there'll be numerous study sessions, public hearings over the course of review, and they should also anticipate that there'll be generous comment periods. We're really careful about making sure folks have plenty of time. The first thing that you would see for a hearing would be the notice of preparation scoping session. That would be hosted by the city's planning commission, and that's the first opportunity really to provide input about what the scope for any environmental impact report should include, as well as input regarding project alternatives. CEQA requires, the California Environmental Quality Act requires that we study project alternatives in environmental impact reports. Staff is looking forward to working with the community on this, and we really do appreciate how interested you are. That's why as soon as we got the application, we posted it. It's up on the city's site. If you go to HMBCC.com, you'll find the Community Development Department under the menu. Go to Planning, and under Planning Projects, you can get your eyes on all the different parts and pieces of this proposal. You may also sign up for notifications through city email updates. Again, going to the city's homepage, there's a notify me circle, just a little bit, scroll down and go there, and you'll find links to being able to sign up for anything from city council agendas, planning commission agendas, and also any updates regarding this project. And we will provide updates through that portal. And I hope that helps. If council has any questions for staff or about the process, I'm available. Thank you.
Thank you, Jill. So I'm respectful of the fact that there are 14 people who want to comment, and we'd love to hear what you have to say. If somebody before you has said something that you're in a substantial agreement with, it would be fine for you to say, I agree with the former speaker or whatever. And just for the record, we cannot take any action tonight. So we'd love to hear what the public has to say, but because it's not agendized, there's nothing we can do except listen, and we will listen respectfully to what you have to say. So with that in mind, we're going to start with Wendy Schaefer, followed by Wendy Schaefer. What's going on? Oh, no. Wendy Schaefer, followed by Courtney Payson. I hope I'm pronouncing it right.
Thank you for the opportunity to address you tonight. I realize it's very early days, but I would urge you to look at this project very, very carefully and not necessarily amend the LCP. The size of this proposed project is vastly out of scale with our community. The traffic impacts alone are staggering. Along with the proposed Hyatt development, this would double the amount of hotel rooms in this community, which means we'd probably be overbuilt, and again, it even magnifies the impacts even more. As you're all aware, the values of this community that have been expressed over and over again include its natural beauty, its rural small town character, and a deep, deep love of the coastal trail. And this development is counter to all of those values. So I would urge you to consider those things very carefully when you're looking at this project.
Thank you. Courtney, followed by Lenny Roberts.
Hello, City Council and community. After reviewing the formal application, I have some questions. First, it's news to me that someone who has no ties to our coast can ask to amend our LCP. What does this say about the integrity of the document? If it can be amended for such an unneeded development, then what does the future of our home look like? SoCal, Hawaii? No, thank you. I speak from experience working in both boutique and corporate hotels. There is nothing environmentally friendly or sustainable about adding 429 plus accommodations. That's an accumulative total of how many heads would be able to rest near Dunes Beach. The tax the city would make may increase, but so will waste and traffic, while our already limited resources will decrease. The amount of acreage that would not be developed is a joke. Out of 47 acres, less than 6 would be spared. A startling 1.6 designated for open space, and 3.5 for a boutique agriculture, whatever that entails. Finally, City Council, through this process, I ask for you to remember who you aim to serve. Is it the people who live here or the people who visit here? Even though time is on our side as far as development goes, I hope as a City Council, you remember the individuals and land whom you represent, not the potential monetary gains you can foresee. Please continue to hear us and keep defending Dunes. Thank you.
Thank you. Lenny Roberts, followed by Amber Stowe.
Good evening, Mayor Rareback and council members. I'm Lenny Roberts. I'm speaking on behalf of Committee for Green Foothills. As many people know, our organization over the past 57 years has worked tirelessly to ensure that open space, farmlands, and sensitive habitats in Half Moon Bay and up and down the coast are protected for future generations. Our biggest victories have been protection of the rural coastside through passage of Measure A in 1986, which was a countywide measure, and defeat of Caltrans's freeway bypass of Devil's Slide through passage of Measure T in 1996, which was a landslide victory countywide. 73% of the citizens of the county mandated a tunnel instead of the bypass. On January 15th of this year, exactly 9 months ago tonight, over 150 concerned citizens came to your meeting on a rainy night to let you know that they adamantly oppose development at the Dunes Beach Surf Beach area. My Green Foothills colleague, Helen Walter, who's here tonight, presented you with a petition with over 4,680 signatures. Of these, 1,880 were from Half Moon Bay residents, and another 1,300 were from the Mid-Coast. This overwhelming response that we collected in just 6 weeks of signature gathering should have been a wake-up call to the developers. However, based on what they just submitted, they seem to have had a deaf ear as they now have submitted their formal application to the city. I seriously think that they have underestimated the determination and passion of the people of Half Moon Bay. They would be well advised to heed the public's voice now and work with Coastside Land Trust that has already indicated their interest in purchasing the land right now at fair market value. So this is a bit far afield, but this reminds me that pursuing this development seems to me to be akin to trying to navigate through the maelstrom of white water at Lava Falls on the Colorado River, where paddlers must avoid boat flipping, ledge hole, or being slammed into the black rock. It's one of the 10 most challenging rapids in the country. Now just picture what they're going to have to go through in Half Moon Bay, and that's kind of the same picture. We know that you, Mayor Rareback, and council members can't comment on something that's not on the agenda, but just know that we, the citizens, are ready for action if necessary, and we thank you all for listening.
Thank you, Lenny. Amber Stowe, followed by Jules Sofer.
Thank you so much for having us here tonight. It's good to see everybody again. I'm going to try and keep my comments as brief as possible. Just for the record, for everyone, if you are able, who is here tonight to save Dunes Beach, please stand. Thank you very much for coming back out. You came out on a rainy night in January. It's so good to see everyone here again. Something that I think about, and this has already been partially mentioned, this is a 41-acre development. To put this in scale, the Ritz-Carlton sits on 14 acres. This is an out-of-size development for this community. Their proposal was extraordinarily dismissive of the land use plan in all the language of their proposal, which I read through in its entirety. If the local coastal program and the land use plan are not followed and respected, then we are essentially not listening to the will of the people. And the will of the people has very clearly stated, based on the numbers who've come out here tonight, and the 4,680 people who signed the petition last year to save Dunes Beach, that this is not what this community needs or wants. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Amber. Jules Sofer, it's not here. Oh, okay. Followed by Harold Herman.
Oh, sorry.
Age before beauty.
Jules Sofer. I live at 536 Poplar Street, and I'm here to talk about Poplar Street. However, while I'm here, I might as well put in my 2 cents worth on Dunes Beach, and that is, it seems to me that the council could indicate to staff and save everybody a lot of time and effort that you're not going to give them a variance. Now, my reason for being here is that I've been following the threads on Poplar Street, and it's getting a little bit heated. And I thought I'd put in my humble opinion and make a suggestion, and that is that it could be well served if Poplar Street became a one-way street, because a lot of the objections are coming from people who have encroached upon what they should have had for a sidewalk, or what they should have had for a bike trail, or maybe even part of the street. If some deal could be worked out where it becomes a one-way street down, or a portion of it, say, from after my block, the 500 block, make it a one-way street down to, or make it a one-way street from Highway 1 down to the Railroad Avenue. That'll give them a chance to get out. They won't have to just bury their cars in the beach. So you let them come back out again and take a right on Railroad, and they can either come up. How about Grove? They could come up Grove, because Grove could stay a two-way street and could handle it. Or if you want to do something nice for Metzger, make Metzger a one-way up to up to say 3rd Street, and then bring it over and inundate me with both directions. I don't care, but there are a lot of people down there that are very horticulturally challenged if this goes through as a two-way street. A one-way street would really suit everybody's needs. You could make it real narrow, you could give it a slalom, you could slow it down, you could do all kinds of great things with a one-way street. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jules. Harold Herman, followed by Marjorie Morse.
Okay, so I'm not jumping the line. Thank you. So Harold Herman, Moss Beach, thank you for the opportunity to speak. So Dunes Beach is just one, and I just want to raise awareness the community. So we have a couple of large-scale developments, and I just rattled down the list from Half Moon Bay all the way south. So we had the Best Western go live, we have a Hyatt, we have rumors about Podesta affordable housing in Half Moon Bay, but not really known yet. We have Pacific Ridge going live. We have Dunes Beach, We have a large RV park as part of the Harbor Village. We have Big Wave approved, and we have mid-pin housing across the Montera Lighthouse. So these are the things we are looking at right now. 2016 Connect the Coastside was drafted, never finalized. We're still waiting for it. But in Connect the Coastside, what they show, they have 5 traffic lights between Moss Beach and the Half Moon Bay area on Highway 1. So this is what's shown. There are plus 14 pedestrian crossings at street level. That's shown in the document. In Moss Beach, we were just surprised, and that was all over next door with a pedestrian crossing. That crossing actually was not in the main body of Connect the Coastside. And I think it was later added to the appendix with a cost estimate. We were all surprised about it, but that's what we have now. Which really leads me to the problem we have. I looked at the new draft LCP from Half Moon Bay, and I saw there's an interesting figure which shows 3 million tourists a year, annual tourist estimates. That number, as I recall, was 2 million. So that number went up, and I think we all see it on the weekends. You're going to see it Pumpkin Fest. Well, last week, I think we had a good test case with a power outage. And I guess a lot of people stayed at home. They didn't really move. My son tried to go to school. It took him like 1 hour for 2 miles, and he turned around. And that was, I think, a test case. That was not a fire. That was not a tsunami. That was not a major seismic event where everybody wants to evacuate. There's a company called Streetlight Data. A couple of months ago, they published, and this is all from the Paradise fires and the fire seasons we had now and the devastation. They published a list of towns that will be difficult to evacuate, and basically the coastside made the list. Even though it was interesting how they did the math, but it's pretty obvious, so we have one way in, through, and out. We got re-rated. When you look at the fire maps, large parts of the coastside got re-rated to extreme high fire danger, especially Moss Beach, Montera. What we are seeing right now is that we are getting our policies canceled, homeowner insurance policies, or extreme premium hikes. So evacuation route is also an important element. And then I want to close out, any large-scale development, in my perspective, needs to be considered within the sewer system. A local not-for-profit documented 101 sewer overflows over a 5.5-year period. We, the community, the residents, we are paying for the fines. Out of the 101, 20 reached open water, which is a clean water
Harold,
violation.
can you wrap up, please?
Yeah, so I'm just saying there are a couple of concerns, and I think what we see typically is a developer takes a 2-mile radius and say there's no impact, but we have a lot more here in play on the coast side. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Marjorie Morse, followed by Irma Morowitz.
Good evening. I work for Stanford, and every week in the Stanford Today magazine, there's another article about global climate change and how our coastsides are eroding. They just came out with another article about the importance of open space for bees and nature, birds, habitat, and how that affects humans. Now, I just moved from Menlo Park, and there's a lot of pressure for housing, and they're building like crazy on the peninsula. And those people need a place to go to get out to nature, to bring their kids to experience the beach and open space. And there's another thing I would like to say is that once it's developed, that's it. It's gone. So please think of the birds and the bees and how it affects the human population mentally and physically. Thank you.
Thank you. Irma Morowitz, followed by Susan Quaglith.
Hi, yes. I've been a local resident for over 20 years. I love Half Moon Bay, and it's growing, and people want to move here, and I think it's wonderful. I think being inundated with big, large buildings I mean, Cameron just got in a hotel. I work for about 6 hotels and inns, and they're never full to capacity. So we don't really need more building for tourists. And I propose, perhaps where the Hyatt is, could we have a pool? Could we have a movie theater? Why is it always the focus on promoting tourism? What about us? I think that needs to be addressed. And I agree with everything that's been said. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan.
Good evening. I'm Susan Quagliati, and I live at 2805 Champs-Élysées. I get that life has ongoing changes and continuous cycles. I know this personally and professionally. I work with patients and family members about choices at end of life when changes start occurring as a chronic illness or a terminal illness advances. During these sessions, we discuss risks, benefits, and burdens associated with their choices. At its core, the discussion highlights what is at stake and what is most valued. We can apply this principle to our dilemma tonight. How do we approach the choices regarding the development of the proposed land, and what do we value? This is a big risk to the habitat, the scenic beauty, the natural state, and more. There is little benefit to the existing community. There is a big burden, including traffic congestion, more pollution, and trash. The unnecessary human footprint becomes bigger. So why are we debating the death sentence to this natural space when the Coastal Land Trust has interest to acquire the property at the current fair market value and to protect the land? And there is overwhelming support, as we see tonight, on this choice by community members. Developers Stephen Weed and John Vikovich will benefit greatly from profit, will have some financial risk during development, and will personally not experience any burden with their plan. As in healthcare, money does not always cure or fix the problem. Their money can be used to develop any land. Why not invest the property where the need meets the demand? Their money will be made and their needs will be met. Don't allow this space to die from human aggression and greed. There is no good reason to let it go because of 2 individuals when almost 5,000 supporters don't agree with their proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. John Hernandez, followed by Jeff Corbett.
John Hernandez, 2912 Pullman Avenue. I've been here 40 years. People before me have put this problem before you, and I don't think I have to discuss it much here. Just want to leave you with 2 things. Too many cars commuting, and let's keep open space here on the coast. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Jeff Corbett, followed by Mike Ferreira.
Jeff Corbett, 366 Metzger. I've been a homeowner in Half Moon Bay for 30 years, and I would like to speak against the construction of large hotels and conference centers on the coast. In particular, the Hyatt complex proposed for south of town. If you look at the, I guess it's a Best Western right next to Tres Amigos, this thing is about 3 times that size on the little triangle of land. It's my understanding that a lot of pro-Hyatt complex speakers have been solicited to go to the Planning Commission. I think that gives a really strong false impression that people are in favor of this project. The citizens, if you poll them, are against it. A lot of people are uninformed, misinformed. They are complacent, they're not able to make it, or they're just downright fearful to come and speak out against it. Quite frankly, we don't want it. We don't want it in our little park. The people of Ocean Colony, the people of Alsace-Lorraine, and everybody to the north who would be impacted by it. You've heard it before, but it's traffic, water, pollution, and it would actually exacerbate the need for housing. You're going to need more people to run this, and then housing requires more housing, requires more housing. So the whole thing, all these hotels, they're disrespectful to the citizens. You've heard that. It's disrespectful to the planet. You are the visionaries. You're the city council. You're the ones we voted in to look ahead and see what's coming. These things have short-term effects, they have medium-term effects, and they have long-term effects that ramp up. The short-term effects are traffic, the medium-term effects we don't know, and the long-term effects I think a lot of us are worried about. So just look around you. The signs are clear, and I think as the previous speaker, the one before, said, that this is really for the benefit of the few at the expense of many. That's what I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Mike Ferrera, followed by Dave Shore.
Good evening, Mayor Rarebach, council members. Mike Ferrera speaking for the Sierra Club. The Sierra Club has long supported the California Coastal Act, written in 1976, and the local coastal programs that have sprung from that. In fact, the Sierra Club filed a lawsuit in 1976 in Half Moon Bay. It is our understanding that an amendment expanding the uses in the LCP is a discretionary act by the council, that you're not required to do that. And it would seem to me a great mercy to the developer and to all these people if you could exercise that discretion, not at the end of the project, but early on saying, hey, we're not going to do this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Dave Shore is our last speaker, unless anyone else wants to submit a blue card.
Thank you, Council. It's great to see so many people here opposing the Dunes Beach project, but as several people alluded to, that's not the only project that is going to impact our town. Council, staff, and the public must be aware that this particular large and inappropriate development is part of a larger pattern of projects which are currently in the works up and down the coast, which taken together will significantly increase traffic congestion, increase pressure on housing costs, and irrevocably change the small town nature of the coastside that we all love and we are pledged to preserve. As Harold alluded to, there's 70+ residential units in Montara, 2 small hotels in Montara, 30 more apartments in El Granada, 50 more RFE spaces at the harbor, the big wave commercial development, and as several people alluded to, the big one down at the south end of town, the Hyatt, proposed by a resident of this town for development. This is on the 5-acre triangle of vacant land between the fire station and Route 1, for those of you who don't know about it. This is currently the scenic southern gateway to town. It will no longer be so if this project is built. This is a very large project. It's approximately half the size of the Dunes project. That doesn't mean it's small. 140 hotel rooms, 100,000 square feet, a conference center. At capacity, it will generate 1,000 vehicle trips per day. 1,000 vehicle trips is 7 miles of traffic. Visually, the Hyatt is probably going to be worse than Dunes because it's not going to be tucked in among the eucalyptus trees. It's right out there in your face, right against the highway with nothing screening it. This will be a series of buildings according to the developer's plans, 36 feet tall, 400 feet long, blocking views of the coastal hills from the highway for a long stretch and completely cutting off views towards the ocean from Main Street, which are currently available to the residents and our visitors. Dunes is getting a lot of attention, as it should, because it's a massive development which is going to have a huge impact if allowed to be built. But we need the determination and passion that everybody in this room has to be focused on the other projects as well. No hmbhyatt@gmail.com for more information. The Hyatt project, we are much more risk for. The plans have been submitted. It is currently going through the EIR process. It's much more closer to becoming a real eyesore for us than Dunes is. Get involved now, and Council and Planning Commission need to pay attention and not be swayed by people bussed in to talk in favor of the hotel. City Council and Planning Commission have in their power and their discretion to reduce the size of or deny a permit application for a project, any of these projects. More likely, you will end up diminishing the size of it rather than denying it outright. In either case, the developers will sue you for infringing on their property rights. We, as the public, we want you to be prepared for that lawsuit. That's a fight that's worth fighting. That's a fight that's worth winning to preserve the nature of this town. No hmbhyatt@gmail.com. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. I have one last blue card. Sarah Bauer. Sarah Bauer.
Hi, thank you for letting us come here and speak tonight. I just want to say I went to high school here. I've run across Dunes Beach over and over again. I've done cross-country track. I've also surfed over on our coastline. I've swam in our coastline. I love that open space area. It is so beautiful and so natural. I have also sat in our traffic for hours when you accumulate it all up. I also know a lot of people from Santa Cruz, San Francisco. They've all heard about our traffic. We don't need to make it worse. And this is not in support of the new political climate that is happening all over the world, that partly started by Greta Thunberg and all these other revolutionary green activists and AOC. Everyone is in support of being more sustainable, being more green. You even have a sustainability thing on your agenda, as well as the sewage, which is only going to get worse. Also, I'd like to say I'm an undergraduate at University of Hawaii at Manoa. I'm majoring in environmental science and marine biology. Both of these things are going to be very negatively impacted, not just by the development on Dunes Beach, but also by the Hyatt Hotel. I think we need to cut off this development. It is not going to help our environment. It is not going to help the future. It is not going to help the youth who have to live here and all the pollution that has been created by the generations before us. Please stop polluting our world. And again, University of Hawaii at Manoa. I'm on Oahu. I have seen the masses of all the tourists coming in. I've seen the commercialism. I've heard stories of people who have lived there, and they've seen all of this development, and it just brings tears to their eyes. They hate what has happened to their land, all the tourists and all the buildings. You can't see the coastline anymore when you go onto the highest point. It's covered with buildings. At nighttime, you don't see the stars. You see the lights of all the buildings from all the tourists in their little clean, tidy little houses. That's not what we want. People come here to be in nature, to be in green, to touch the sand, to feel the water on their feet. They're not here to be in some rich little multi-millionaire farmers, whatever is gonna make them a bunch of money. You want money? You can have all my money. I'm working like 3 jobs right now. You can have my entire savings account. Just don't develop Dunes Beach. Please save our land. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. That's all the cards I have about public comment on items not on the agenda. We're going to introduce a new agenda item, which is approval of the agenda. You all have it in front of you. Can I have a motion to approve tonight's agenda?
So moved.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
So this is the agenda we were going to use tonight. Those of you who want to leave, what? No. Oh, you might want to stay for a little bit if you're interested in the Mid-Coast. Some are, some aren't, Claire. Okay. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Oh. Claire? Go ahead.
I wanted to do this while some of you are still here. I'm Claire Toutant. I'm the chair of the Mid-Coast Community Council. I think we do have a little bit we can add to the discussion. We don't have a formal position on Dunes Beach because it hasn't come to us because it's not in our jurisdiction, but it does affect the entire community, and we do have support in general for this. We have two resources the Mid-Coast Community Council can offer for the Dunes Beach opposition, both on our website, which is midcoastcommunitycouncil.com or .org, and one is we have a comprehensive history of of Dunes Beach and Venice Beach and everything that's gone on there in the past, the whole legals history and old EIRs and that kind of thing. It's all there. It's very valuable. You might want to look at it. The other thing we have on our website under study sessions is a complete write-up about how things get approved or disapproved or amended in terms of development projects, both in the county and in the city. So that might be very helpful to look at to see exactly what you're asking for at which point. So I just wanted to make sure that you knew that we had those two resources. Other than that, this is our monthly report of what we're doing on the Mid-Coast to the City Council. First, we had some things happen in terms of the power shutoff. And I personally wasn't here for that, which is a great thing. But in the spring, we had 6 weeks of concentration on emergency issues for the coast in general, especially the Mid-Coast. And I think it really paid off because this time we had more participation in the process. We had more contacts with PG&E and Caltrans and other emergency people. We were able to plug into the discussions and be part of the process. I think that Caltrans and the other people in the state were more aware of our concerns about the tunnel because they heard them a lot in the spring. And were more receptive to our requests to keep the tunnel open than they had been. And this is at the high level of the state in terms of decision making. And the community was also more aware of that being an issue, and there is a petition circulating right now about redundant electrical power to the tunnel, which I don't think anybody would have been aware of before. Also, just on a personal basis, I was gone. All 6 of my other council members were able to know how they could help and how they could be involved, and they all jumped in and did what they could, which I think is great. We have no staff or anything, they just did it. Otherwise, what we've been working on is the RV project at the harbor, which just recently went through another level of approval process. Highway 1 planning issues, the Connect the Coast side, there's a push now to get that finished, and that involves both Half Moon Bay and the Mid-Coast local coastal plans. Graywell Cove negotiations, or negative deck. We're going to have the school superintendent talking with us, I think, in a few weeks, mostly about Mid-Coast schools and how the money that's being raised is going to or not going to those schools. And then we also had a couple of presentations about neighborhood business districts on the Mid-Coast and the need to preserve business resources in the Mid-Coast for the community there, rather than having everybody go to Half Moon Bay on the weekend and generate more and more traffic. And right now there's a risk of other commercial development that doesn't serve the neighborhoods and of residential development going on in the business district, which we're trying to preserve more of a neighborhood character of. So that's about it.
Thank you, Claire.
Thank you,
Council,
Claire.
do you have any questions for Claire? Any questions? No. Thank you. Mayor's announcements of community activities. On October 25th, we're going to have a workshop or no, 25th. trust me. That is going to try to get more jobs for the people who've been laid off by Bay City Flowers. Location and time haven't been decided exactly yet, but the city has had meetings to talk about trying to get as many employers interested in helping the poor people who have been laid off. And if you know of any employers who are looking for good help, the people who worked at Bay City, some of them have been there for 30 or 40 years, and we need to support them. It's an important contribution that they have made to the coast, and we shouldn't abandon them at this point. The other upcoming announcement is, some of you may have heard that we're going to have a 250,000 people here this weekend at the Art and Pumpkin Festival, and it was announced this on CBS this morning on their calendar that Half Moon Bay is making it nationally known. So it's going to be a wonderful event. The pumpkin that weighed the most in California was just recently weighed, and the weather's supposed to be nice. So if you can walk down to the Main Street, I think you'll be rewarded by a really wonderful event. So those are my announcements. Reporting out from the recent closed session meeting, I'm going to call on our city attorney.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council, members of the community. The council met in closed session. There are no reportable actions taken, but I will mention the 2 items that were discussed. First, public employee performance evaluation, annual performance evaluation of city manager Bob Nisbet. And the second item was conference with labor negotiator, conference with the city's designated labor representative, the city attorney, that would be myself, to provide instructions regarding negotiations related to the unrepresented city manager position.
Thank you, Catherine. City manager updates to council.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. We have 2 updates for you this evening. The first is we do want to do after action brief of the event that occurred last week, the power shut off. So we have a couple people that are going to speak on that. I'll make a short intro, and then our communication director, Jessica Blair, is going to kind of go through step by step what happened, how we responded. Also, Kevin Rose from County OES is over here, and he will make some comments about how we worked collaboratively with them during this event. And then finally, I thought I saw our Sandra Winter from Senior Coastsiders is here, and we asked her to come to make a few comments, and we'll certainly take questions as well. So I won't steal Jessica's thunder and start going into the facts. You'll hear about that in a second, but I just wanted to make 3 points. One, as some of you know, and some people may not know, I was actually away for the preamble to this event. I did return Wednesday evening right before the power went off at 11 o'clock, but I was away. And I myself was on a personal emergency, so that sometimes happens. And I think that's the first learning experience from this, is that that happens in emergencies. And we still have a role as a city to then step up and fill in and do what we do. And so I'm just incredibly proud of the staff and them stepping up to do that. It was just really amazing. I was still participating to some degree from where I was when I was able, pulling some strings and twisting knobs a little bit. But for the most part, the staff just stepped up and really responded, and Jessica's going to go into that too in a minute. And really, I would start naming names, but every staff person was involved in one way or another. And that brings me to my second point, and that is part of our emergency operation plan. And although this wasn't an emergency, we had warning. It's like an emergency because certain emergencies could come out of it if people are affected adversely by this shutoff. But it was certainly not put that way, and we were certainly not allowed to declare an emergency and expect any reimbursement. But part of our plan is a business continuity plan. So we try to, as the city, in an emergency, to the best of our ability, not only do we respond to the emergency, and we are all responders, but we want to keep business going, if we can. And so during this event, for the most part, City Hall kept going. We kept functioning. We have a generator, the lights stayed on. We have an emergency operations center, the lights stayed on. We have this community center, the lights stayed on. We did cancel programming here at the center. So when I say for the most part, all business as usual, 90% business as usual. We did cancel programming here, and I think primarily that probably affected pickleball and bridge for 48 hours. But that's why everyone was involved. So people were asked, staff, we only have 42 staff, were asked to step up in different ways and do things. But all the staff who maybe weren't involved as much still had to go on with their normal jobs and pick up extra duties because everyone's scrambling to do all these things. So business continuity and doing what the city does at the same time an emergency is going on is just critically important. So that's point number 2. And then finally, and I'll turn it over to Jessica, and you'll probably hear this from others, as it turns out, there is a silver lining. It was massively inconvenient. There's lots of fallout. You can go online and read lots of articles pummeling PG&E, and there's all kinds of stuff going on. I won't go into that. But the silver lining is that it was a training exercise for us. We could spend $10,000 on an expert emergency trainer to come in and give us 4 hours of training here at the city, and it would not be as good as what we got out of this. So that's the silver lining. We got this great training. We got to put our systems in place and do certain things that we would do in an emergency. And so I think we learned a lot from it, and you're going to see that. So those are the 3 points I wanted to make. I'm going to turn it over to Jessica next.
Good evening, Mayor and council members and Coastside community. As Bob mentioned, staff wanted to take this opportunity to report out on the power shutoff event last week and to share what that looked like internally at the city. We received notification Monday morning, late Monday morning, that the city of Half Moon Bay and the Coastside was included in a potential phase 2 power shutoff from PG&E. Staff immediately mobilized a team of essential staff at the city that would have various responsibilities throughout this potential event. And we started planning for all the possibilities. One, we didn't know for sure if we would be included, but we wanted to make sure that we had plenty of plans in place in case that it did. And so we talked about, would the EOC open? Would the tunnel be closed if the tunnel lost power, and what would that mean for the Coastside? Would residents have Comcast and AT&T coverage? How would we coordinate with the sheriffs and CHP and Caltrans for all of the signalized intersections throughout the city? What would it look like for our maintenance staff? And what would the wind and weather situation and the threshold be to make those determinations? Each day of last week, there were a number of interagency conference calls, mostly led by Kevin Rose from County OES, but numerous agencies in San Mateo County and around the Coastside, and that's when we would receive the information that PG&E was sending to county officials, when we would discuss with PG&E and Caltrans what was happening with the tunnel. And we took all the information from that first set of calls and put together our first news release that went out to the public, basically describing the situation. Here's what may be coming up later this week. Here are the potential impacts. Here's how you can prepare for it. And provided that information to the public. So Tuesday, we did receive notification that phase 2 was a go and that the Coastside would be losing power at some time on Wednesday. The initial time was noon on Wednesday. So we initiated a soft opening of our EOC, and we did this not because we considered the event an emergency, but it would allow us to coordinate with other agencies and potentially receive mutual aid from those agencies if needed. The power outage, as most of you are aware, ended up getting extended until Wednesday night. Power went off at about 11:15, and for most people was restored by Thursday afternoon and Thursday evening. So compared to some other cities in the Bay Area, the Coastside actually did pretty well. There were a lot of cities that were without power for 72 hours or more. And to talk about what we did staff-wise with Public Works, our Public Works Superintendent, Todd, is here now. He and his staff, he immediately mobilized them to break off in 5-hour shifts and to make sure that we had public works staff on 24 hours a day. They went around and made sure that all of the generators were fueled to make sure city facilities would be open. They put temporary stop signs in any signalized intersections that didn't have generators, and they really made sure that they were on hand and available to take care of any maintenance and public works issues that arose from the power shutoff. From a communication standpoint, our strategy was to provide one complete news release per day. So to go through all the conference calls during the day, to make sure that we talk to all relevant agencies, and then to put together a very comprehensive piece of information that included everything that the community would need to know and made sure that everything was factual and confirmed. We translated each of these items, and those were sent out on our website. We had an alert banner on the top of our website. We sent out e-news. We sent out an official press release Tuesday afternoon once we learned that power would be shut off. And the city was featured in 2 different articles in USA Today, as well as the San Francisco Chronicle. So the coast side, everyone was interested that this was affecting the coast side as well. And after the event, we did receive a lot of comments from the public that they appreciated the way that we put out our communications, and that we waited to make sure that all of the information was accurate before putting it out to the public. And our goal was to prevent any panic or misinformation spreading around the community. Again, to discuss staffing, as Bob mentioned, everyone at the city really stepped up. They really did. Everyone on staff asked, how can I help? If I can't help with this event, where can I pick up as far as normal day-to-day city services and city operations? Everyone was really eager to be involved and to make sure that everything was covered. Again, outside of canceling recreation programming, there was no loss of other city services. Let's see. And then here are some images from the event. We have one of our maintenance workers filling up a generator. We had 2 different phone lines we had a bilingual phone line and then an English-only phone line that we had put the phone numbers out to the community that were available for questions or any information, and we had staff walking around that held those phones all day and answered them. And this was kind of our war room at City Hall, where we were taking notes and kind of jotting down everything that needed to be considered throughout the event. And with that, I will turn it over to Kevin Rose from County OES, who will talk about the potential tunnel effects and the way that the county and the city work together for this.
Great, thank you, Jessica. Thank you, Mr. Municipal, for inviting me. Good evening, Mayor Robart, honorable members of Half Moon Bay City Council. I'm going to provide a broad brush stroke, in essence, of what happened with San Mateo County and the integral parts that we played with the impacted towns of Portola Valley, Woodside, and the city of Half Moon Bay, as well as unincorporated areas. So the impact zone itself basically was the coast going as far north as Moss Beach down to the Santa Cruz County border, including Pescadero, west of 280 impacting the towns of Portola Valley and Woodside and an unincorporated area in those parts. Sunday evening is when our duty officer was initially notified that there may be the possibility of a public safety power shutoff within Northern California. Come Monday morning, when we heard there was more to do with this, from continuous conference calls with PG&E, we did notify the impacted areas in the cities accordingly. And first and foremost, one of the conference calls we immediately hopped on was our sheriff's office getting together with California Highway Patrol, Caltrans, PG&E in the cities of Half Moon Bay and Pacifica because of the tunnel. And the tunnel itself, we were not getting the type of information from PG&E initially, as far as if it were to go as far north and impact the electricity that they receive in order to maintain its operations. As we've learned in March, that if the power goes down, the tunnel closes, except for emergency situations. So we did have contingency plans in place, in essence, of if that were to occur with our emergency responders and the throughput, basically, of vital services if needed for the first responders in the community. The great news, and actually Claire from Midcoast Community Council alluded to this, is our advocacy. So we actually, through PG&E and Caltrans, locally, regionally, and statewide, as well as our counterparts with the California Office of Emergency Services, advocated for PG&E and Caltrans to work together to find a way to keep the tunnel open, and they succeeded. And this did go all the way to the governor's office, and he has a unified command group that he works with, CHP, National Guard, Cal OES, Cal Fire as well. Caldecott Tunnel was also included in that effort, so we were extremely fortunate for them to work fast Tuesday night into Wednesday as we were told that this was going to happen. And we were very fortunate, in essence, of still having CHP, because as you know, you are representative by the San Francisco Division and the Redwood City Division. They work very well together with the cities. And for them to be on the call and basically to have contingency plans in place should the tunnel had closed, we were at the ready for that. Good news, it didn't. The bad news was the public safety power shutoff occurred. And essentially what we were doing was a lot of conference calls of information. PG&E would hold 3 daily conference calls. What we would do is hold 1 conference call with the impacted towns and cities and other agencies, and then we would hold 2 internal conference calls with our department heads, but making sure that the impacted cities received a brief update, in essence, of what were on those PG&E calls, for the very purposes that Jessica alluded to with city services and what would need to continue. So just the same, we activated our continuity of operations plan with our various departments that are represented on the coast: health, parks, public works, sheriff's office, et cetera, making sure that our communication systems were intact, our generators were topped off with fuel, and a rotational service in place if this were to extend beyond the 24 to 48 hour time frame. So we were really good to go in that aspect. And the other important part, if you boil down emergency management to the basics: information and resources. The resources side, we were very good and represented mostly by the towns and the cities with what you were able to do. And on the information side, we were fortuitous enough actually to be at a city manager meeting with all of the cities just about a month prior to talk about a communication plan we were going to unroll should this public safety power shut off. And it's exactly the plan that we put into place. So the county itself, understanding that this was going to happen, we sent out the initial SMC alert, provided information in advance to the impacted towns and cities, obtained agreement over the phone, in essence, of the standardized messaging that would be sent out to the community, and then allowing the city of Half Moon Bay and the impacted towns to then provide information directly to their public, that you did a phenomenal job in so doing. A lot of positive feedback from the residents, in essence, of keeping them informed, as well as the county in itself overall. The other thing we were able to do to institute, and following the city's lead, was bilingual SMC alerts. As you guys know from the Keeping the Coast Side Connected event, that is still a task with us and our vendor of doing the bilingual translations for SMC alerts, because of this event, an exercise and an endeavor, essentially we were able to do that real time with staff to get those alert messages out to say what would happen in a catastrophe should that occur, but knowing that we're still working on the vendor aspect of making the solution go forward. So all in all, in essence, the disaster stuff, one of the other things to share is that our Emergency Operations Center was activated as well to complement the towns and the cities. And we were able to have a PG&E representative to provide us real-time information, as well as a PG representative in our Emergency Operations Center to provide more real-time information. And we mirrored that actually with the Coastside Coordinator, Brian Mulver, who was able to be in your city Emergency Operations Center providing direct information that we were getting, as well as what was coming from the Emergency Operations Center. And so, in essence, as Mr. Nisbet alluded to, this was an excellent exercise and test of our capabilities and our abilities, and keeping the community informed with regards to this event. One of the things also that we kept an eye on was that every county was making the request for a community resource center. And the only one, take pride in this, that we were able to get for the county was here in Half Moon Bay to serve the residents. And it was very well used, including extended hours with law enforcement able to be there with the community, because unfortunately in other counties, PG&E representatives in the field were actually shot at. So this was one of those instances where frustrated individuals, not liking to receive the information that they had, but here a much, much nicer community and the response from it. So the Community Resource Center was activated Wednesday, remained open Thursday, and then based upon your input on Friday, it actually closed up shop. It was set up in the parking lot 845 Main Street, while the other towns basically on their own created their own Community Resource Center, Portola Valley and Woodside, to help out their residents who are impacted. And the other thing to share with you is that we do work with PG&E on critical infrastructure, and we had very close eyes on Seton Coast side. Seton Coast side, of course, a skilled nursing facility, but also designated a hospital, has 72 hours of fuel with planning for 96, and we were in close contact with them and with PG&E to let them know that that was one of the critical resources that we needed to get up and running, which they were able to do so Friday morning, afternoon, as we checked in with them. So what all comes about this with events and exercises is the after action. So in the coming weeks, County of San Mateo will be getting together with the impacted cities and agencies and basically talk about improvements we could make, what were some of the successes. And what I also very liked within the staff report is please do, and this is something our county manager is going to ask of our departments as well, capture that staff time in some capacity, because this is something that it's an unfunded mandate, if I may call it as such, for a public safety power shutoff, where it really is a payment that impacts the communities where the power goes down, and it is upon us with overtime, with extra staffing, with extra resources that we respond to this type of event. And so this is something basically to try to help perhaps heighten the criteria for these types of events so that they really are initiated where absolutely needed to do so to prevent the potential damage, and in other communities for this not to be the case to go forward. Because as was mentioned, this is somewhat of a new normal that we hope that there's something more sustainable for that resolution. So that fiscal impact to communities, I think, will also help our electeds and up to the state to understand the real impact that something like this does. And I probably took too much time, but I do really appreciate the opportunity to speak before you this evening, and commendable job to all of your staff in working with us and responding together.
Questions?
I just have a comment.
Go ahead.
I just want to say that I am so grateful that the county worked so well with our city staff. We know the county's been involved in emergency preparedness for a while now. However, there have been times when the city has felt like we're sort of ignored out here on the coast. And because we are isolated physically from the rest of the Bay Area, we do have essential problems with communication and other problems with getting emergency services. So it's really, in a way, this was a very good, a fortuitous event in terms of preparing us and helping the county to see what our needs might be. So thank you very much. Our staff did a great job and the county did a great job.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
Debbie?
Just a quick question. You might not have the answer. Jill might have the answer, but so when we met with Caltrans in, I think it was April after the tunnel closure and the accident and everything, we were told by Caltrans that one of the reasons that the tunnel did not have a backup generator was because of the use of diesel and diesel fumes. And I was wondering, getting the generator in there, did that require a coastal development permit? Did we have to get an emergency permit from the commission, or was that waived, or?
Oh, so for the Caldecott Tunnel, and this was, unfortunately, we were combined in the solution for both. The Caldecott Tunnel did have emergency generator power. Actually, what happened with the Tom Lantos Tunnel is that majority of the power comes from the Pacifica side, but there is a portion of the Moss Beach side that was impacted they were worried about. So for this event, PG&E actually did some rewiring to provide more power to the Pacific side to allow the tunnel to maintain its operations.
Yeah, but as a further comment, and it's on the screen now if you can see it, just looking to the future, so Caltrans is working on a project and they are funded to the tune of $12.5 million to install emergency generators out there. There was just a status report at the most recent California Transportation Commission meeting, And when I read the blurb, it seems to me that the plan is that that generator will be diesel. But that project is moving forward.
Is there a schedule for that, Bob?
I did not see a schedule, but we can get that information.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, essentially, we lucked out that the tunnels were able to stay open. But in the future, if there's some other horrible emergency, we really need to keep those tunnels open. So this is a step in the right direction.
Yeah,
Thank you.
this is
Yeah.
funded out of their emergency, they have an emergency funding program where if a project meets certain criteria as an emergency, then it's eligible. And after the events of March, it was determined that this need, because if the tunnel's blocked for emergency reasons, met the criteria, and so that's why it was funded.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Mayor and members of council, next up is Sandra Winters, and we invited her to kind of make some comments from senior Coastsiders and what they were experiencing. So, Sandra, thank you for coming.
Thank you very much for inviting me. Hello, council members. Thank you very much for having me here. So I'm going to talk first of all about our nutrition program. We have a commercial kitchen at Senior Coastsiders, and we provide meals to 150 people every day. And so to be able to do that without electricity was extremely challenging. We have 2 gas burners, and so our chef and our kitchen manager reworked our menus so that we could continue to provide food using only the gas burners. So we actually on Thursday provided food to even more people than we usually do, because a lot of the people who were living on the coast side, a lot of the older adults didn't have access to a hot meal. And so we actually provided more food than we normally do. And coincidentally, on a Thursday evening, our kitchen is also used for Table of Plenty, which is another meal provider within the community. And so that group also had to change their menus and to adapt to serve food to the 150 people that they provide food for, also using only the gas burners. So we responded very proactively to the challenges of not having any electricity. It was very anxiety-provoking for a lot of our older adults. We got many, many calls during the day. Our social worker was kept busy contacting people that we know to be vulnerable, so thinking particularly about people who are on oxygen. We had to make sure that they had the supplies that they needed. We also heard from some of our older adults who have CPAP machines that they weren't able to use the machines overnight, and so it very much affected the quality of their sleep, and it upset them during the day. So I would say that the fact that we were able to stay open and continue to provide meals was a good thing for the seniors, that we were a calm, stable force while there was a lot of chaos happening. We were adequately communicated with by both the city and the county. We received calls from Corey Stoker and the person who looks after our meal programs at the county, offering assistance and help. So I agree that the communication was appropriately and adequately handled. We obviously have been thinking since the March event about emergency preparedness within our campus. So on our housing campus, we have housing for over 400 older adults. We also have the Seacrest School, and there are a number of other homeowners associations. So within a very small area, there's about 1,000 people, many of whom are people who would need specific help, children or older adults and people with disabilities. So we've been working together as a coalition, coming to have regular meetings to try and figure out an emergency plan for what we would do amongst our own little community in the event of an emergency. So just recently, we've all got the same kind of walkie-talkies, and we've been working with the ham radio people to try and connect them so that if something happens at Seacrest, that we can all be on the same radio wavelengths so that we can communicate with each other. Thinking further into the ahead, one of the things that is of concern to us is that my understanding is that there are designated shelters in Half Moon Bay, none of which are particularly close to where our senior center is, when you consider that people there have mobility issues. They're on oxygen, or they're on walkers, or maybe even more frail than that. And when I called Ready Coast, the Samtrans, to find out about how we would transport our older adults, I was told that that would be a decision that would be made by the county at the time, and that there is no guarantee that we would be able to transport our frail older adults to the designated shelters. So I think that's something that we would like to think about in the future. And so I think that's one other thing that I've been talking to people about is that we do have solar panels on the roof of our building, and to obtain funding to be able to take that solar energy and put it into some kind of Tesla wall pack so that we did have some access to electricity in the event of PG&E going out. I think those are the kinds of solutions that we're looking forward to in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandy. Do we have any questions?
I just have a comment.
Oh, go ahead.
Really pleased with the level of coordination between the city and the county and everybody else. I think it was a great trial run. I just don't want us to forget what's going on here. And to get a little political, PG&E is projecting or socializing their financial burden on the rest of us. And we can't forget that. And that's got to change somehow. I don't know what the answer is, but that's the arrangement that we're in, and I, for one, don't like that at all. And you can't really call me a socialist, I suppose, but maybe I am. But I think it's something that needs to be addressed on a larger policy level on this day. I don't know if we can't say nationalize PG&E, but if there's a way to get a handle on that problem so that our aged, our disabled, our children, our families are inconvenienced, our businesses, lose like New Leaf, meat, dairy, food that could have gone to somebody else. So I think that's raises a bigger policy issue that needs to be addressed by our governor and our legislature. And I hope we can, move that forward, and maybe our own, ledge committee, make a recommendation for the next legislative session. So I just want to end on that note. Thank you.
We wanted to note quickly before we move on to the next item that while the tunnel was expected to be closed to the public, there were contingencies in place to have law enforcement escort emergency vehicles through. So just so everyone's aware that that would have been allowed at least. And then lastly, we wanted to thank the community for their patience and understanding and cooperation. It was impressive, though not surprising. And as has been mentioned, this is the first of probably many more power safety shutoffs. So we're looking forward to working with all of the agencies in the community to make sure that our responses improve with each event. And next we have our Public Works Superintendent, Todd Seeley, who will be presenting an Eagle Scout project.
Robert might have wanted to say something.
I did just have one comment. I thought it was a good point that our city manager made, that this was in a sense a good rehearsal, wake up for emergencies. And when I hear about the things that needs for seniors and getting folks over to shelters, I mean, this power shutdown happened because it's warm weather. I mean, that's tailored for that, warm weather and winds. If we have an emergency and it's in the middle of the winter and it's rainy and temperatures for a couple of days are in the 40s and 50s, there might be quite a few folks who need transportation to shelters. People need to figure out how to stay warm in their own homes. I'm glad that you did have gas stoves, in a place where you can heat food up. I've been told by many people the trend is to move everything to electric. I'm real glad that I have a gas stove in my home, but it's something to think about where we might need to know where there might be gas available to keep food warm, et cetera. So I think it's a pretty good wake-up call to figure out what would happen in a more surprise situation where we couldn't even plan for it, and during winter weather, et cetera. So thanks.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Honorable Council. It is my pleasure this evening to introduce to you Mr. Thomas Friedman, who recently completed, I should say, future Eagle Scout Thomas Friedman, who just recently completed an Eagle Scout project for the city of Half Moon Bay. Let's see. There we go. No. All right. So as you can see, we have a few pictures of him and his team actually working on the project. All right, so brief overview of the project. In late June, Public Works received word that a local Boy Scout, Mr. Friedman, was interested in completing his Eagle Scout project in Half Moon Bay. After several meetings with Mr. Friedman, city staff was impressed, myself included, and believed that his project could provide a benefit to the community. He worked diligently with us to develop his project and provided us several different drawings and iterations of what he thought this would look like. And that was given to us in late July. We approved the project and construction began in early August and was completed in a relatively short amount of time. I think it took you 2 days. Wow. All right. Mr. Friedman's project included design and construction of enclosure for a sandbag filling station to be used in emergencies. The enclosure is located at the train depot site and will be stocked and maintained by public staff moving forward. The real takeaway from this, though, is that for the past X number of years, our protocol for rain has been just to dump piles of sand out there at that location, and it's basically a free-for-all for the residents. If the rains are coming, good luck, grab a shovel. What Thomas did was he was able to design some unique sandbag filling contraptions that I've never seen before. I've seen electronic machines that can do it, but he actually came up with this design himself, completed all the fabrication. There's several shovels secured to the side, so there's always going to be shovels there, there's always going to be sandbags there, and there's always going to be a way for residents to fill sandbags in the event of an emergency. With that, it is my pleasure to have Mayor Rarbach present Thomas Friedman with this plaque that will be placed on his project commemorating his service to this community. Now, Thomas is up a little past his bedtime, so am I, I'm not gonna lie. But do you guys have any questions for him about this project?
I just want to say how great it is. I, for one, have, struggled during the winter, so thank you for that. Great idea.
Thank you for helping me get through this process. Hope it provides some safety to the public.
Thank you. Anybody want a break? Or you okay? Yeah, you don't want a break, okay. Soon. All right. The next item on the agenda is the consent calendar.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, we'd like to pull item 1C just to make some comments and introduce a revised letter into the record for your consideration.
Okay. Anybody else want to pull any other item? May I have a motion, please?
I move that we approve the consent calendar items 1A, waive reading of resolutions and ordinances, 1B, warrants for the month of September 2019, 1D, approve the city's response to the August 12th, 2019 grand jury report entitled Electric Vehicle Adoption in the Cities and Counties of San Mateo.
A second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Mr. Mayor and members of council and members of the public, item 1C is also a response to a grand jury report. We received 2 grand jury reports about 2 weeks apart. You just approved our response for the electric vehicle fleet item. The second item was a follow-up report that the grand jury did on pension costs, not only for the city of Half Moon Bay, but for all 20 cities within the county as well as the county. They did a initial report a year and a half ago, and your council responded to that report about a year ago, before I got here. And then I guess the grand jury waited for 6 months or so and decided that events had changed or that they should do some type of follow-up to their initial one. And so they then reached out and I think interviewed and went back to all 20 cities and did this follow-up work. What is in your packet, the grand jury report is actually fairly long. It's maybe 80 pages, but that's because they have a specific section to each city, and what we excerpt into your report was just the excerpt for the city of Half Moon Bay. When we respond, and our response is due, I think, by next week. When we respond to grand jury reports, typically there are two types of items that we must respond to. They make findings and they make recommendations. And so the findings are usually statements of fact that we either agree with or disagree with, and if we don't agree with them, we should make some comments. And then the recommendations are ones where there's actually in the statute a way that we have to respond, whether we agree with the recommendation, whether we don't agree, whether we're going to do it, whether we're not going to do it. For this study, there were 27 findings. The letter before you and the revised letter that was distributed to you does agree with the 27 findings that they made and says those are fine. They then went on to make two recommendations specific to Half Moon. They were not specific to Half Moon Bay. The same recommendations went to several cities. The first recommendation is that in future operational budgets, the city should include a 10-year financial forecast for total revenues for the city and total expenditures for the city. Currently, and in the current budget for the city that was approved July 1st, we include a 5-year financial forecast, which is fairly typical for most cities. Some cities maybe don't do it, but I think forward-looking cities that believe it's important to look out 5 years do include a 5-year forecast. Their recommendation is for 10 years, and that's tied to their findings and their belief that pension costs are soaring, which is the title of their grand jury report. We do not agree with that recommendation. It's not that we don't agree with the importance of monitoring pension costs. We think it's very important to monitor all our costs, but we believe that in budgeting, 5 years is really about the best we can do. There are so many factors and assumptions and variables that go into long-term forecasting on both the revenue side and the expenditure side that our experience is that 5 years, and you roll that 5 years each budget cycle, is adequate for planning ahead in terms of big decisions that the council has to make. So it does not at all mean that we're ignoring and we don't get reports that show projections on what our pension costs are going to be. We do, and then we budget accordingly, and we draw attention to the council and to the public when appropriate. So that was recommendation number one. Recommendation number two is that within the budget, we also include various reports specific to pension costs that do show, if we receive information from PERS, CalPERS, or from our own actuarial that goes out 10 years and predicts our costs and the percentage that pension costs are going up, that we include that information in kind of a variety of ways. They have several bullet points on how it should be presented. We agree with that recommendation. That will probably add 2 or 3 pages to the budget. It's not a big deal, and we'll find a place within the budget that it makes sense to include that. So we do agree with that recommendation. And then finally, the reason there is a revised letter in front of you, and we did put some back at the table in case the public's interested, and just as you're looking through it, what we added is the paragraph that's underlined. So everything else in the letter that was in your packet is the same, and we added the underlined paragraph. So on top of findings and recommendations, they also had an introduction to the grand jury report. And typically, because they make findings and recommendations, there shouldn't be anything controversial in their introduction. If it's a finding, it should be a finding, and if it's a recommendation, it should be a recommendation. There is a statement in the report that is incorrect. So they have a statement which I called attention to in the letter where they make an opinion and really they indicate by footnote that it came out of an interview from staff. Staff would have to be me. I was probably the only person that they spoke to on this, and I remember the conversation, and it's just an incorrect statement. I did bring this to their attention. They were nice enough to present a draft of the report before it came out, and I had a conversation with them, and I said, hey, that sentence is not accurate. I'd appreciate it if you'd remove that or change it. And my recollection is they did agree to do it, and then when the final report came out, they forgot. And then at that point, I was just going to kind of let it go. But I do think we should put it on the record. This is our chance, and so I'm recommending we add that paragraph that I wrote, which clearly says, here's the sentence, here's why it's not correct, we'd like you to correct the record. So we're asking you to approve the letter, the revised letter that is before you, and if you go along with that recommendation, we'll get that out in the next week and send that to the grand jury. Any questions?
May I have a motion?
I move that we accept the letter written by city staff. Is it written by you, Bob, or just by city staff, to Honorable Donald J. Ayub of the Superior Court, correcting statements in the grand jury report for the record.
All in favor?
Aye.
Yes,
I just
okay.
want to point out that Honorable Judge Ayub actually lives on the coast side.
Yeah. Great.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to recommend that we move up item 3C, since there seem to be a fair number of speakers here who would like to address the item. I think it would be appropriate.
I think that's a good idea. All in favor of addressing item 3C first?
Aye.
Okay. So,
Mr. Mayor, members of
Yes.
council, I'll go ahead and take this one as well. So before you is an item to consider a request from Abundant Grace. They are in the process of doing their due diligence, and I think they're in escrow to buy a property on Kelly Avenue. And their purpose for this property, and I'll give them the opportunity to come up to the podium and you can ask questions and allow the executive director of Abundant Grace, Eric DeBode, to make that presentation. But generally, the purpose of that purchase is so that they can have a center to do what they do. And again, I'll let him go into detail. You're familiar with their program. We actually have a contract with them to do beach cleanup. They do a lot more than that contract in terms of services to homelessness, and they believe that having a center where they can provide these services in a more effective and coordinated way. So I will allow them to talk about that. The item is before you because they have made a proposal. That proposal is attached to the staff report. It goes into detail about the plan, but their request is that the city consider partnering or providing some funding assistance for the acquisition of this property. In the proposal, they make a request for $300,000. They go into detail of their needs in terms of purchasing the property, the required tenant improvements that they would do after, furniture, et cetera. And they also go into their own financing that they have available to them. They have money, their own money, and they're also pursuing a grant from the county for $300,000 also, which will go before the Board of Supervisors, I believe, later this week or next week. The staff's recommendation is that the council consider half of what they've requested, or $150,000. We can certainly speak to how we got to that if the council has questions on that. But that's staff recommendation. And then further, our recommendation is that if the council is inclined to consider this request, that funding come out of the city's housing funds, not the general fund. So as your council knows, we have about $2.4 million in housing funds. That money is a combination of money that came from a development project and also $400,000 from the general fund that the council added to it when the budget was approved this year. And so that is the source that we would recommend for the 150 that we are recommending. And again, if the council's inclined, what's before you today is a concept, a proposal, and there was some urgency expressed by Abundant Grace in their request in terms of closing escrow, that we at least get the concept out so you could consider it. But it would have, there's no agreement in front of the council today. There's no loan agreement, there's no funding agreement. So this would have to be a two-step process, and the direction would be, again, if the council agrees in concept, to direct us to come back with an actual agreement that would consummate our commitment, our loan, whatever that is, and all the terms and strings that might be attached to that, if you want to provide that direction as well. And then it would be our commitment to try to bring that back at the 11/5 council meeting. Again, Mr. DeBode can speak to the program, their plan, what they're asking for. He can also speak to some of the time constraints that they're under. And then the final comment that I want to make, because this will probably come up too, and Jill Ekus is here and can answer questions, and this is very important. They have to do, it's a change of use of the property in essence. If they were to purchase it and move ahead with their plan, they would also be doing tenant improvements. So this requires not only a building permit, but it would require a coastal development permit. And that would then go before the Planning Commission, and the Planning Commission would make the decision on that. So as you can see in our recommendation, the final phrase of the recommendation is that if the council were to go ahead with some kind of a funding commitment tonight, that it would be contingent on Abundant Grace receiving their permits. And so if they were not to receive their permits, if something happens at the Planning Commission, then that money would be safe and would be returned to the city. Also, I think it's important to point out that if the Planning Commission were to make a decision on the coastal development permit, and if by chance, either way, that decision was appealed, your council would be the body that would decide on that appeal. So we just want to point that out, that you're kind of wearing a couple hats here in that you're the regulator, but you're also considering a commitment of funds to a nonprofit for services that are provided to the community. So that concludes the report, and with that, I'll turn it over to the council, or if you want to hear from Mr. DeBode.
I'd like to hear from Eric. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Bob. Thank you, Mayor Rohrbach and City Council members. Thank you to the community, our supporters. We operate two employment programs in Half Moon Bay. One is the Full Circle Food Justice Program, and the other is the Coastside Clean Team. We employ people experiencing homelessness to work in partnership with Potrero Nuevo Farm, where we grow, harvest, and distribute over 20,000 pounds of fresh organic produce every year for low-income families. In partnership with the city, we employ the same folks at the Coastside Clean Team, where we pick up trash on the beaches, coastal trails, and a few heavily trafficked side streets. Interestingly, that's also about 20,000 pounds per year. The great news is that both programs benefit the public, and both ground our workers in the community as meaningful contributors and valuable employees. They are cleaning the beach, helping the environment, picking up trash left by tourists, growing food for low-income families, and so much more. Employing people experiencing homelessness is a great strategy to assist those who are in a tough spot and find it very challenging to find work. We would be greatly benefited by a workforce development center and the structure that it would provide. Right now, we meet outside the gas station with no office, no meeting space, and no support services. So thank you very much for considering our request tonight. What do these programs do for workers? Engages people in meaningful work for pay, teaches teamwork, gives people responsibilities, affords them opportunities for success and growth, gives us time to talk together about the future, about referrals, and to encourage people to make positive changes in their lives. We work closely with Life Moves, as you heard from Brian Greenberg at the beginning, and Coastside Hope for housing eligibility screening and other supports like CalFresh, counseling, substance abuse programs, and other county programs. Our collaboration with partners is something that we deeply value, and we want to expand because they offer other essential services that support the journey out of homelessness. We are in conversation with Life Moves and Coastside Hope about dedicating a private office in the new building for their case managers to meet with many of the clients that we share in common. In a minute, I'm going to tell you some success stories which have resulted from our collaborative work. But first, Abundant Grace is raising $1.25 million for the purchase and renovation of 515 Kelly. The county has confirmed it will contribute $300,000, and we have a loan for $325,000 in place. With your $300,000, we will complete the purchase of the property. We are also doing a capital campaign for $400,000, good through January 31st, 2020. That money will pay off the loan and also pay for renovations like an ADA bathroom and an ADA ramp, flooring, windows, and a backyard meeting space. Abundant Grace will be drawing from its reserve during this process and working hard to raise funds to repay the loan as fast as possible. We are well aware that we are requesting a huge contribution towards this project from the city. I look at it as an investment that improves the quality of life for Half Moon Bay and the community. It assists those who need it with work and pay, cleans the beach, creates a sense of community and civic pride among our workers, provides organic produce to low-income families who can't afford it, and people do make transformations in their lives. I want to tell you a handful of stories here so you know, and these are recent stories. There's a gentleman in his 60s named John who has a job at Feed and Fuel now, who used to work with us. Dina and her husband are now housed in Santa Cruz, and they work for Amazon. 2 of our former workers are now working together doing construction. I drove Rich and a truckload of his belongings to move him into his new apartment in Redwood City just a few weeks ago. He received that thanks to a Veterans Administration program to help homeless vets. Veronica is going back to school for a trade. Stacy, Jim, Jamie, Natalie, Dawn, and at least 3 others are housed thanks to the housing vouchers that Life Moves determines and handles. 2 people here in our homeless community have just been awarded those housing vouchers and are looking for apartments right now. Doug just got a full-time job last month as a truck driver. I drove one of our long-term workers to County Hospital for detox last week, and I talked to him twice today, and he's going into a live-in rehab program next week. He sends his wishes, and he would like to be here tonight, but he can't. 2 of our workers are on their 11th sober day after trying out a new outpatient medication program for people with alcoholism. It's a medication that eliminates your craving for alcohol, and it's amazing. And that's administered by the county's street medical team. Today I went shopping at Safeway, and the checker was a guy who used to come work with us, who went through an alcohol rehab program. We're super proud of him. So I know that the quality of my life is better for this. I know that the life in our community is better and improved by these projects. All of us find homelessness an issue of concern to some degree, and it's good to know that something positive is happening and that organizations are creatively working together in unison to help. Opportunities are being offered and opportunities are being accepted. We are proposing funding for this project in order to improve our services and deliver more positive outcomes for people. After several years of conversation with our local homeless community, I've heard many, many times how a safe, well-managed space that has showers and laundry and other services would be a huge help for people finding work and housing to help them get back on their feet. So what are the details? Abundant Grace is in escrow for the purchase of 515 Kelly Avenue. With the generous help of Ed Love, we have submitted our CDP application. Once operational, the site will be open from 7 a.m. 5 days a week, probably Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Sunday. And we will close around 3 p.m., an hour after return from the farm. We are landscaping the front cement patio and putting in an attractive picket fence so that it is not a waiting area. We recognize the concern for our school children walking nearby to the gas station, the Boys and Girls Club, and Cunha Intermediate School. Therefore, we will staff and manage our property with the children's safety as our top priority. Workers will enter via the west driveway and walk into a welcoming patio in the backyard. The garage will house our large refrigerators for produce and clothing and toiletries for services in the center. I know some people are concerned about the location, but I want to remind everyone that we have been meeting at More for Less gas station for 4 years. We are moving just 10 feet away to the other side of the fence into a much more well-managed and private space. Furthermore, the medical and mental health services for the county and El Centro Recovery Services are conveniently located right behind the property at Shoreline Station, a short walk from the back gate. People we employ are already using their services and already walking in that area. Recently, I've met with the vice principal of Cunha, the Bike Works shop. I've spoken on the phone with Sophia Lane, president of the school board, and I'm scheduled to have a meeting with Jill Jacobson of the Boys and Girls Club on Monday. So far, all of these conversations have been positive and supportive. Nonetheless, I want to address and mitigate any concerns so this remains a well-run, positive, safe project of abundant grace and our many volunteers and supporters. We would be happy to report annually on the numbers of people hired, numbers housed, numbers of showers and loads of laundry, and the overall impacts of our work in the community. This is a multi-stakeholder project between the city, the county, and Abundant Grace Coastside Worker and our supporters, with each entity contributing about 30% for the property purchase. The city and county would each be making what is essentially a loan/investment in the property. And my opinion is that it's a wonderful investment that is already yielding positive results in our community. The positive outcomes I mentioned earlier with all those folks that are doing so well are only going to increase, especially with our partner organizations on site. With that introduction, I'm happy to entertain any questions.
I have 7 audience participation cards. You want to hear from them first, or you want to ask Eric? Okay. Wendy Schaefer, followed by Jim Brigham.
Hello again, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. I would, you've heard from Eric, and I'm familiar with the amazing work that he does. I volunteer at Table of Plenty, and as you know, that organization feeds 150 community members a lovely meal every Thursday night, and Eric's the one who brings the food with his folks from Potrero Nuevo Farms. I would strongly urge the council to consider his proposal and fully fund the complete requested amount, not the half as was mentioned by staff. We talk a lot about our concerns about homelessness and about dealing with people who may be unhoused. And this is a solution to the problem, and this is a proven way to get people back on their feet and to get them out of homelessness. And I think it would be an amazing return on your investment.
Thank you. Jim Brigham, followed by Eric Siebert.
Good evening, council members. My name is Jim Brigham. I live here in Half Moon Bay. I'm going to keep this down. There's been a lot of words tonight, and there'll be a lot of words to come, so I'll just make this brief. I just want to be affirming. I'm a retired correctional and mental health clinical social worker. In the last part of my career, I lived and worked in Silicon Valley. And I was working for a hospice program, and one of the physicians on our program was an amazing kind of guy because he was a wonderful physician, but he was also a very strong advocate and a social activist for underemployed and housing challenged people in his home community of Mountain View. Now, this is back in 1996. And we know then and now there's a tremendous disparity between all the wealth around and then deep pockets of poverty there. And it's in many other places, but certainly was true in Mountain View. So what he did was he worked with, and especially in Mountain View, again, or in Silicon Valley, he worked with other talented, creative, and concerned members of that Silicon Valley community to develop back then what is now called, and has been and still in existence since '96, the Mountain View Day Worker Center. And the Mountain View Day Worker Center is a model, and I certainly consider it a model as a nonprofit that connects people to work with dignity, but also then more and more as things went along, besides just connecting people to work, it was like initially getting people off Home Depot and that kind of, the immigrants who were at Home Depot, and it disturbed people to see them. But now they not only connect people with work in very meaningful and innovative kind of ways, but they have a lot of then other treatment programs and things to like language programs and things like that. So it's only gotten more and more sophisticated, let's say. So there's great possibilities in anything like this. So I just want to say that it seems to me, if that's true, then with generosity and goodwill and grace, if it happened in Mountain View, it should be able to happen here.
Thank you, Jim. Eric Siebert, followed by Meta Townsley.
City Council. I didn't know I was going to be coming to a town meeting this evening. I work with the Abundant Grace Program. I've been working with them for close to a year now. And it's made a big difference in my life. You know, like I've been able to get all the gear and everything. I'm homeless, and it's made that a lot easier. Like in the last couple of weeks, me and Joseph motorized some bicycles so we can get around better. Waterproof tents, waterproof sleeping bags. You know, we're been able to prepare ourselves for winter. And I know this center that they're opening up would be even better, a place that I can get a shower and do laundry normally, so I can be the handsome guy I am every day, you know, and make it easier for, you know, to have opportunities for further employment in the future, you know, just to be able to have a place to be clean and keep that neat appearance and all of that. And the community base of the center itself, you know, everybody coming together and, you know, I see it, it's very special. I haven't seen it in a lot of other places. I've traveled for a long time in a lot of places, and this is one of the, I've never seen it except here. He just mentioned Mountain View, but no, I mean, it really is special. It's working. You know, I see something that could be taken as a model for other places. They see the success here, and then, you know, I kind of hope it spreads through all the states and all the communities. So, thank you for your time. That's about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Meta Townsley, followed by Eric Hollister.
Hi, I'm Maida Townsley. My son is an 8th grader at Cunha Intermediate School, and I have experience working with nonprofits. I've worked with Downtown Streets team, similar to Eric's program with Abundant Grace. They treat people experiencing homelessness and meet them where they're at, but they treat them with dignity and respect, and you can see Eric and the rest of the folks that are here today. what this Workforce Development Center does and what Eric's programs have shown me, I've known Eric for a couple years now, is that it gives folks an opportunity to start feeling good about themselves. They regain their self-confidence through these programs. And then they're open to the programs that Life Moves can provide, the mental addiction programs, abuse, all of the other programs that first, these folks are presented with programs everywhere, up and down, all over the place. But it's not until they feel they're ready to initiate and get involved in a program that can help them. What Abundant Grace Co-Side Worker does is allow them to be part of a network and a group of people that support them on a regular basis where they can come. This Workforce Development Center will be an opportunity for them to come and take a shower, have a breakfast, get up and go to work like everybody else. And why shouldn't they be allowed to do that? I'm not worried about where the location is. I'm with Eric reaching out to the school and Boys and Girls Club. My son's second week of 8th grade, his English teacher asked the students, one of their first assignments that week was to research homelessness, to look at what the causes are for homelessness, to look at the impacts, and to also come up with some of solutions. And what I told my son was to go to downtownstreetsteam.org. They have myths about homelessness, and go to abundantgracecoesideworker.org. And he shared both of those organizations with his teacher. When the teacher asked if there were any questions, my son said, well, my mom used to work with some nonprofits, and she has gave me some websites I wanted to share with the other kids. So I think it's important for us as the community to show support for Eric and his organization, and to teach our kids that homeless Workforce Development Center, what it means is we're helping people regain their dignity and self-confidence, and there's nothing wrong with that for anybody. Thank you.
Thank you. Eric Hollister, followed by Clint Miller.
Thank you, City Council, for hearing us all out. I'd like to thank Ed Love and everybody else here for showing out and helping out. Wendy and Jim, especially Eric, actually kind of said it best, so I'd like to just reiterate what they said, especially with Bay City Flower closing and our current impact in Moonridge. It makes a lot of sense to have this here, and if we can combine also the homeless in the picture, which we had a chance to over by the police station and by the church, but that couldn't come through. I think this makes a lot of sense to go through with it, so I won't talk anymore, but thank you for hearing us all out, and let's move forward with this, please.
Thank you, Eric. Our last public speaker is John Mosley.
Mayor Rohrbeck, council members, thank you for having this on your agenda. I want to say that if you look at any city and take a budget breakdown and see how they allocate the funding, then you can get a pretty good idea about where that council's priorities are. And in this city, up until about 5 years ago, there was almost 0% of the city budget towards any kind of social services for any population, whether it be immigrants or homeless people. But you've changed that. Those of you that are sitting there are changing that. You're becoming aware of some of the social issues that are affecting the coast side. And I would say that in Abundant Grace, in Mr. DeBode, you've got a true expert that has created a unique program that most cities would actually hire him to consult them on how to manage an issue. And what he's doing, and what he's doing is he's coming to you saying, I have a lot of funding, not enough. And what I'd like to do is make this a program that reflects the city, that meets some of the city's needs, the county needs for indigenous people that need services. And for me, it's a real value proposition on your part that you could have this private nonprofit entity collaborate with your public funding. You get a real bang for your bucks. So I encourage you to seriously consider the full funding of his request, because even still, it's still pennies on the dollar what you'd spend if you went through normal governmental agencies. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Council, we have questions for Eric or Bob or anybody? Comment? What's that?
Clint, yeah, Clint.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I announced. Clint, go for it. Yeah. Sorry. Forgive me.
My name's Clint Miller. I'm not a voting resident here, but I live south of town. But I shop here, I socialize here, and this is my town. I would urge you to support this issue, not at $150,000, but the full amount that they're asking for. This is will be a positive for the community. It will improve the lives of people, not just the homeless, but I think the general population. So please, give this careful consideration and give the man $300,000.
Thank you. Council?
Yeah, I just want to say I attended meetings with the Homeless Collaborative last year on a weekly basis with Mr. DeBode and other social service activists and caring people from our town. And we beat our head against the wall trying to do something about affordable housing here in the city for the homeless. A homeless shelter for bad weather times, all sorts of issues that come up when you don't have a house, a home to live in. This gives me the first sense of real hope that we can actually make a difference. This program, from everything that I've heard about it, sounds like it's one that works. It has been working. It can't have anything going forward except success. And I personally am behind the full funding. And I want to say that I am just grateful. I feel as if a huge load has been lifted off my shoulders because I don't have to go to bed at night and worry nearly as much. It doesn't mean all the problems are solved, but something's happening. And we can be a model city, and we can be a city that takes a very forward approach to it and says, okay, these are our neighbors, these are our friends, these are our citizens, and there but for the grace of God go I. So that's my opinion.
I support Dr. Penrose on this. I think I support full funding. And, I just want to say, how pleased I am that Abundant Grace and Eric DeBode have built such trust in the community. I only hear good things about Abundant Grace. And, they have staying power, they have compassion power, they have everything, we need in a community institution that can make all of our lives better. So they've done great work, and I'm assuming that this will be a great, successful project as well. And I'm really happy to be able to support it. So thank you.
You want to talk? Yeah. All right, well, so Eric, thank you so much. You've been a great asset to the community. I've really appreciated what's been going down on the beaches and the way that money's been spent and dealt with and the way people have been keeping our community clean. I have serious reservations about this project with regards to the location. Obviously, myself being one of the few council members with people in schools, I've heard a lot from the community, and that's hard to hear. And so until, to me, when you say we recognize potential for concern for our school children walking nearby, we recognize the potential concern for our school children walking nearby to the gas station, Cunha Intermediate School. Therefore, we will manage our property with the children's safety as a top priority. That gives no specific example of what you're going to do. There's no understanding of what that means or how that's going to be managed. And so there is a school board that must be met with, there is Cunha that must be met with, there's the PTA that must be met with, and there's the Boys and Girls Club that must be met with. Once we've met with those organizations, I am totally down to support this 100%. But until we have buy-in from the community at the level that I think we need to make sure that we have, there is due diligence that needs to be done to make sure that we have the buy-in from all the members of our community to make sure that we are supporting this the right way that we should, then you've got my support. But to me, bringing a plan in front of me before doing that due diligence is lacking the required work necessary to have me be able to immediately give you what you're asking for. So that's my perspective, and I think you should go to those people, do that community outreach, come back to us as soon as that's done, let us know what the results are, and then from there, we can move forward.
Eric wants to respond?
Thank you, Adam. And I share your concerns, and I just want to reiterate that we met with the vice principal of Cunha already. We met with the folks that work at Bike Works. I've spoken with Sophia Lane, who's president of the board of the school district. And we have a meeting with Jill from the Boys and Girls Club on Monday. We definitely believe and will be meeting. It is important to meet with folks and get the buy-in of the community. So far, nobody's expressed real opposition, and I did mention in my talk, we are going to be able to be in a place that's not just out at the gas station. We're going to be behind the fence there. We've got the front area will be fenced off, so we'll be meeting in the back. It'll be a very nice, comfortable back area, and I think your concerns will be mitigated. But I would love to meet with you. Yeah. I'd love to talk about it.
Robert, you want to say that?
And let me just say before you go in. Yeah. So absolutely, and the hours that you guys are proposing to be open just happen to coincide directly with school hours, right? I mean, 100% in line with the exact time that everybody's going to.
And I'm happy to adjust those a bit. We do work at 8, so I want to be open for an hour ahead of time. We get back from the farm around 2. People may well be gone before 3 o'clock. I think kids get out at 3:05, right? Yeah. So, I'm happy to adjust that. So far, it's been 4 years. We've been right there. We haven't had a single problem. And I plan to make sure that we don't have any problems, but rather positive relationships in the community.
No, and I get that, and I appreciate it, and I think you're doing great work, but my job is to protect the community, and I got to make sure, because there are other voices out there besides your own, obviously, and I've heard from them. And so we got to make sure that we address all those voices.
Thanks. Yeah, I think this is a fantastic program. I always like to do our due diligence and get as much public input as possible. I'm not sure how many folks are aware of this program and where it's going to be located right now. So Eric, I'm really glad that you reached out to the VP at Vice Principal at Cunha and the school board, Boys and Girls Club, and in turn, I imagine they'll be reaching out to their constituencies. So I think it bodes well, to get that input so that you don't find yourself in issues later on when you're in front of the Planning Commission and permits have to be granted. If we have this information, right, that the community's okay with it, you've contacted key stakeholders, then it's great. I just want to commend you for doing that due diligence piece, because I think it'll really do well should there be, there's always NIMBY issues. I mean, they're just the way of the world. So this way we can address those ahead of time and be sure we get input. And if we have to make any fine tunings, like you say, on hours, et cetera, and all the stakeholders are okay with that, that's great. So I think that's a great idea. Thank you.
I just want to circle back to some of the discussion earlier. So the decision tonight is to direct the city manager to negotiate and to make, any commitment contingent on getting permits. So the permitting process, I think, is going to, tease out some formal opposition for sure. And I think between now and it starts moving through the permitting process, that you try to expand your outreach. Why not meet, with the PTA? I think that's a good idea. So step it up between now and the permitting process. So I would support, directing the city manager to begin negotiations. I do believe that fully supporting it makes sense. It's a pathway to jobs. It's a pathway to housing. It's low-hanging fruit. It's a way to, make a dent in some of our problems. It certainly is going to be a more inviting operation in a nice fixed-up structure that has more privacy, apart from hanging out at the next-door gas station, which, can be kind of unseemly, actually. So I think it's an improvement on, the existing operation. But I think as long as it's contingent on the planning process and expanding outreach between now and then, I don't see a problem. So I do thank Councilmember or Vice Mayor Eisen for raising this issue. It certainly is an important issue. Everybody's voices need to be heard. But given that, I'm still on the side of trying to find a way to make this work, because I think not going in this direction is a failure, but, in policy. So that would be my suggestion in how to structure this.
Okay. So may I suggest there are other locations. A great example of which is right across the street from the new Pasta Moon location. There's a property for sale. So it's not like, it doesn't have to be necessarily this exact location. Because I'm for the program. I mean, let's be clear. But location is an issue that until fully vetted is hard for me to support.
Well, I want to argue with that because it's a location, as Eric discussed, it's close to all the services that they need, right? It's close to shopping, it's close to medical care, it's close to social services. Even if you were to think about the Main Street location, many students walk by that location on the way home to Main Street Village, and apartments. So there is no perfect location. A downtown location is a perfect location. And I think it's important for all the various functions and members of our community to be visible and to be respected and not hidden away. And that we, through visibility comes compassion, community security, comes services. I mean, it just, it's like a good kind of magnet, I think. So as for location, I don't share your concern at all. In terms of public input, I do. Okay. But I have to disagree on the location. I think the location is ideal, and it's close to transit. Yeah. A lot of people don't have vehicles like we do, so that's where I'm coming down.
No, I follow all that. So is it possible then to get all the meetings that go on with the school board, CUNA, PTA, Boys and Girls Club, for us to get written correspondence of their support? For council to actually see the written correspondence after those meetings?
I would trust Eric Debody to hold those conversations and for us to, get a report back. But I don't want to micromanage the process or make it seem like I don't trust him to do the work. I do trust him to do the work.
Anybody else?
I'd also like to say that I think that one way to alleviate the fear that people have about the unknown, i.e. a homeless person, that fear we know is largely unfounded. Yes. We have had no incidents here in Half Moon Bay of, harm. And we can take a leap of faith and say, okay, we'll do due diligence, we'll talk to the school board, we'll talk to the Boys and Girls Club. And I think your bringing that up was critically important, because I think that's part of the plan that Eric has. But I do think that really beefing it up and doing as much as possible ahead of time is critical. It's critical for his success. But you're always going to have people that are afraid. And the way to allay those fears is to do a good job. Have a center that works. Show that homeless people can get jobs, can get housing, that they're not a danger. And, I say go for it. I say take a leap of faith and do the due diligence, but just come down on the side of what you think is right. And what's right is to help your fellow man.
What's right is to protect your fellow man, I agree, but what's right is also to protect children that are invulnerable. Really? People.
If you want to make a statement, fill out a blue card and we'll. Yeah.
Can I just bring up another related issue? This is a question more for Bob, I think. We were talking and emailing. My understanding was you were saying that it would be placed before the board or the city council to consider $150,000 at this time, and then $150,000 at the time that permits were completed, for a total of $300,000. And I'm asking that because we had factored that in as we tried to cobble together the finances. We have $300,000 from the county, $325,000 loan. We're hoping to have $150,000 from the city prior to closing escrow, which is going to be, it's supposed to be October 30th. I think we're going to need an extension of 17 days. And then we're asking for the second $150,000 at the time that permits are approved. Is that what you had written, or was that not what you had written? Was it 300,000 or was it 150,000?
It's 150,000.
I think the question is directed to you, Bob.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. So it sounds like there may have been some miscommunication between myself and Mr. DeBode, and I apologize for that. It was a busy week last week. But the recommendation that is before you that we made, and you're having the discussion about it now, but staff's recommendation was to make a commitment of $150,000. So I hear what Eric's saying, that he was under the impression it was 150 at one step and then another 150, but that's not what was drafted and not what our intention was. But again, you're having the conversation about whether to fully fund the request or whether, and that's fair at this point. And if there's any questions about why we settled on that, I'm happy to answer them. Other point I'd want to make on the notification and Eric's outreach over the next few weeks to the school district and to the Boys and Girls Club. It gets close to our next meeting, which is November 5th, but we do have scheduled right now our joint meeting with the school board. That is set for November 1st. And I can request that we put this item on that agenda just to hear it ourselves. We have a subcommittee, the mayor and the vice mayor, for that meeting, and I can try to commit to get that on November 1st. We'll probably already try to have the agenda packet going out by then, but at least we can put it on the agenda there. And then on the timing, that certainly has to be addressed. So whether it's 150 or 300, our next meeting is not until November 5th. We cannot make a commitment of funds tonight. We're not ready as staff. The paperwork is not done. There'll be certain terms associated with any kind of funding agreement. There'll be terms about indemnification and liability, and probably some other things that we don't need to go into the details now, but that is just simply not ready for the council right now. So best case scenario, we're back with a funding agreement for November 5th. So hopefully that works.
I don't think it works.
And that's
if
best
we don't have
case.
150,000 while we close escrow, I don't think we can carry it. We're already going to be dipping into our reserves, and I don't know. I don't know if we're going to be able to do it.
So that's the next meeting. And then
about it.
finally, I think it is relevant to maybe hear from Ms. Ekus on the permitting and what's involved there. That might help maybe just clarify as the council kind of was having the discussion on what contingent on permitting means, and does that give an opportunity for everyone to be heard? Maybe Jill's comments on just how that would go might be helpful.
I guess in light of that, I would ask after this, perhaps you consider 150,000 on November 5th, and then 150,000 once permitting is completed, because we can handle that. We've carefully tried to consider how much we can raise. We've spent months calculating based on our past what we're going to be able to do, how we can save and set monies aside for this purchase. So we're really working hard at it, and I don't know if we can do it unless there's 150 prior to closing. That's my fear. Anyway, thank you.
I have a question for you before you go. Are you familiar with your escrow? Do you have an out in your escrow? Do you know how that's built?
I'm going to let my realtors
Yeah.
after that. Do I?
Hi, I'm Barbara LeVay. I'm with Coldwell Banker, and I'm representing Abundant Grace on this purchase. And yeah, the terms of the agreement are that there are outs. So hopefully we won't need those.
Yeah, of course.
I don't know if we want to hear from Jill first or three members of the public who suddenly submitted requests. Apparently, we want to hear from Jill.
Either way, and Mayor, thank you for reordering this item. I was sort of felt horrible sitting down and being prepared to present when I know there's so many people in the room for something else. Just so folks understand, I'm the Community Development Director and I serve the Planning Commission. This item before the council tonight regarding the funding request is being handled through the City Manager's office. Our office, our shop is separated from that because we are responsible for processing the planning entitlements. So we're being very, very careful about how we do this. And I just want to reassure folks in the room as well as council that we're mindful about that. Next up is that we have received what appears to me to be a near, if not complete application. It's close to complete. We got it yesterday with a very well detailed set of plans, and this is going to queue this up for our standard process of reviewing an application for a coastal development permit, which includes a real structured review through a city staff vetting process, looking for anything else that is required in the application. The intent of this meeting tonight was not to get into the merits of the project, the details of the project. Certainly a number of those things have come up, and those are things that we do research on and will be covered in the staff report to the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission will see this at a notice public hearing. The site will be actually posted by the end of the week, just because we received the application yesterday. The site will get posted again when the public hearing is scheduled. Notices will be mailed to a certain mailing radius, but we would also include a number of what we would consider to be interested parties, and we've of course heard quite a few tonight. So this is all really standard with how we do our business. And there would also be an ad in the newspaper, and we can also notice this on e-news and or posted in Nextdoor. So we have a really deep reach with the community. Thanks, frankly, to the community for being so good at sharing information. And so we would expect other parts of this outreach that might happen before the hearing to continue and go on. But do know that your own process will produce that type of an engagement. And it will be well known, and the Planning Commission will hear the full record when they review this. And if you have any questions about that, let me know.
Thank you, Jill. Mike Rossi, followed by John Wade.
Yes, my name is Mike Rossi. Council, I just want to recognize you. Yeah, I work in the school district. I'm actually a substitute school teacher, but I work, last year I worked at Cunha for 5 months as a science teacher, and they moved me around the district. So I've worked in all the schools. I've worked at Hatch, I've worked at Fairlawn View, El Granada, the high school, and they're just about every week too. So I've worked throughout the whole school district. I've worked with all of everyone's kids in this building probably. But, and I've been a person on the coast. I've lived on the coast for 40 years. And so I also have a relationship with Eric and Potrero Nuevo Farm, and I know everybody there too, through other, and Eric started with the Catholic Church where I work there as well. But what I wanted to point out about the school, most of what happens at Cunha goes the other direction. I mean, kids walk by there, but no one's focused on that particular corner. And same with the Boys and Girls Club. That, you know, when we load the buses, I've done that, several times this year and all last year, everything just goes in the other direction. The kids start heading right toward Main Street, they get on the buses, they're eager to go home. No one hangs around. It's not really something that, you need to really focus on. Plus, when you look at all the services that are already there, you have, the services that are behind there that are the community services and all that. They're all there, and the people that he's working with are already there, and the kids have already been in those locations. And like she said, there have been no incidents. So to assume that this is going to impact, things in such a major way is probably not a reality, or not anything to be concerned with. There's no red flags that would point out that this would be something that would really be a problem. And, having worked with the kids, I work with the kids at Cunha, and those are probably the main kids that are, most of them are not, they're very, the kids in this city are very, very aware of just what goes on, and they don't talk about homeless people. They don't talk about, they're focused on their concerns, and they're more directed toward, the actual city of Half Moon Bay. Anything that as soon as they get out of school, they head to the shops there, or they're picked up, and I think the community does a really good job of keeping them away from certain areas. But I can't see an issue here just based on my experience. So I just wanted to make sure that you were aware of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. John Wade, followed by Jennifer Lockhart.
I'm John Wade, and the program we're talking about is one about healing people's lives and getting them more able and more competent and able to really live the kind of life you all and we all would like to live. Okay? It's also about healing the community so that it's not a function of being afraid of people that you see on the street. It's a function of knowing that these people are healing their lives too. And it's the kindness of people's hearts and the wisdom of people's actions that really makes a difference. Thank you.
Thank you. Jennifer Lockhart.
Thank you for taking my blue card late. I did not plan to speak tonight. I was here only to show support for Eric and for Abundant Grace. I'm grateful for the work that they do on the beaches. I will speak as a parent. I have a 9th grader at the high school, an 8th grader at Cunha, and a 5th grader who will be walking to Cunha next year and walking right past the proposed site on Main Street, on Kelly, whatever street that is, I'm sorry. I do not feel that for my children, they would be at any greater risk because of a work center here. I don't think it creates any more danger. I respect that you would want to have buy-in from places around that, and I'll just say as a parent, a well-supervised environment for people seeking work does not put my kids at greater risk. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. Anyone else want to comment? Well, I agree with Councilmember Penrose and with Councilmember Ruddick. Okay. I think that we should draw up the agreement to fully fund the proposal with the understanding that if permits are not granted, then we get our money back. Okay? That way there will be an opportunity for the Planning Commission, the public, and I hope not, but possibly an appeal, all to vet these issues of the location and the danger of the community, which I believe are non-existent. Right now, the people who are going to the farm hang out at the gas station, which is, if anything, more intrusive than having them in a sheltered environment. As has been pointed out by many people, this is a real chance to show where the heart of this community lies and what we care about. So I'm in favor of fully funding the request with the understanding that we draw up the agreement that if it's not permitted, then we get our money back. May I have a motion? No. 3C.
I move that we authorize the city manager to initiate negotiations on a funding or loan agreement for $300,000 for Abundant Grace, contingent on Abundant Grace receiving all necessary permits for the Workforce Development Center at 515 Kelly Avenue.
I'll second.
May I have a roll call vote?
Mr. Mayor, if I
Yes, go
may
ahead.
receive some clarification on the motion. We would like clarification that this proposed source is from the city's housing fund. Or if that's the case.
Yeah.
So I can
Is there-
restate the motion.
Yeah.
I move that we authorize the city manager to initiate negotiations on a funding or loan agreement for $300,000 of the city's affordable housing fund for the Workforce Development Center at 515 Kelly Avenue, contingent on Abundant Grace receiving all necessary permits.
I'll second.
May we have a roll call vote?
Councilmember Brownstone?
Aye.
Councilmember Penrose?
Aye.
Councilmember Reddick?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Eisen?
Aye, and I think it's important to be respectful to all people and all voices, just for the record.
Mayor Rohrbeck?
Yes.
Motion carries.
You want to take a break, or you want to go ahead? Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. All right. The next item on our agenda is item 3A, the draft Affordable Housing Fund allocation guidelines.
I can get started. We have a brief presentation, and I understand that you want us to get moving. I just heard a little bit about that. So,
Mr. Mayor, if I may.
oh, sorry.
Sorry, Jill. We would like to request, and sorry about this, Ms. Ekus, that we change the items a bit again. We do have a consultant here from Townsend and Associates, and I think the report is fairly brief.
Yeah.
And there is potentially the room for some questions in there on housing that then might better inform Ms. Ekus' presentation. So our request is that we would take that item next and then the housing item after.
Okay.
Yes.
Do we have a motion to change the order of the agenda?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
So this item is our legislation and grants update.
Hello, Mayor, members of council. I apologize for any confusion or reorganization, but thank you so much for moving that item. I do appreciate it.
Thanks for your patience so far.
Of course, not a problem. So I'm here to talk briefly about grants and a legislative update now that we are at the end of the legislative session. Briefly, I will begin with grants. I've been told there's some interest not only from council but from staff as well on the current status of our applications. It's fortuitous as I just received an update earlier today from the Department of Parks and Recreation in Sacramento. They did get more applications than expected for the statewide parks program. The city had submitted an application for Carter Park that was done in conjunction with the city manager's office and staff. Previously, we were under the impression that awards were going to be announced in December. Due to the high volume of applications that were submitted, we're now being told likely early spring 2020 for the announcement, and that site visits are being conducted over the course of the end of October and November. Unlike in previous years, they are not necessarily going to reach out to the community or the applicant to hold those site visits. Some of these might be unannounced, where the department will be arriving to the city and not only surveying the park that was funding was requested for, in this case Carter Park, but also some of the other parks that we had listed in the application, showing that the city does do regular maintenance and upkeep. So if you see anybody from DPR or the state, and I apologize, DPR, Department of Parks and Recreation, maybe be kind to anybody you see in a suit and offer them a tour of your parks. But we are working with staff so that everyone is well prepared for that. In addition, we had submitted an application for the Priority Conservation Area Grant. That is a program that's run for coastal communities and some other areas to gain funding for natural habitat conservation in priority conservation areas. As the name would suggest. We were recently told that the city's application for the Pillar Point restroom project was successful in the amount of roughly $300,000. So huge kudos to staff, specifically Jill and Brittany on your staff, who did a lot of heavy lifting on that application. We're currently working with them on the administration side for any follow-up once the award is made official and given to the city. So just congratulations to staff on that. In addition, we are submitting another Trails Grant application tomorrow. This is for the completion of the Naomi Patridge Trail, the northern portion of it, I believe from Roosevelt to Murata. It's an interesting area just because of obviously Caltrans easements, and there is a small creek that has to be traveled over. So for those reasons, it does make the project expensive for the length of trail that's being completed. So that should be submitted tomorrow, and I believe the request would be $350,000 from the state. So once again, working with staff, specifically Moz and Ray on your staff, who are fantastic to work with. Moving to legislation, unless there were any questions about existing grant applications or upcoming projects. All right, so this was the end of the first legislative session under the new governor. Some quick big picture numbers. This year there were 2,625 bills introduced in Sacramento. Of that, roughly 2,600 bills, over 1,000 made it all the way to the governor's desk. I believe we were looking at roughly 1,100 pieces of legislation that made it all the way through the process, both houses, and onto his desk for signature or veto. Of those 1,000 bills, 740 were all made it to his desk in the last 30 days, so that was just towards the end of session. A real crunch, not only for us, but for your staff as well, to digest all of the bills coming out of Sacramento. So that was...
There are no more ambiguities. It's either been signed or not. Is that correct?
Correct. He had until October 14th to take action. So this last weekend was actually the final flurry of activity for the governor's vetoes or signatures. Just roughly hit a 16.5% veto rate. Interestingly enough, everybody was very curious going into the new administration, how it was going to be in comparison to the former Brown administrations. For reference, Brown's veto rate hovered between 11 and 17%. It was exactly 16.5 last year as well, so carrying on with the new administration. Getting into some key bills, I won't go through all 1,000 bills that did make it to his desk, but I'm going to go through just a number that were of importance to the city. And then, of course, the housing. We're currently working with your staff as well to do a more in-depth analysis of how all the housing bills that were signed into law will impact the city, as well as the two-year bills such as SB 50 and those larger bills that you recall that are going to be taken up again in January. We do anticipate a lot of housing bills once more, so that's an issue that's not going away. Briefly, just some of the 8 bills that I'm going to highlight here. AB 65 by Assemblywoman Petrie Norris. This is a coastal protection bill. Essentially, the bill was signed into law by the governor, and it gives a climate change preference to any future projects that are funded by Prop 68, the proposition that passed in June of last year. So that's going to be really positive for the city and in your grant funding needs going forward, as most of the projects pursued by the city do have some kind of climate change aspect to them.
Just elaborate on that bill in particular. So the beauty of that bill is it basically now describes natural infrastructure as including engineered systems. So before it was hard to apply for urban greening grants because it only included like natural systems, but now it does recognize that you need some engineered systems. So that's an improvement, I think. Yeah.
Certainly. Additionally, a bill that we were in support of that was vetoed was AB 556 by Assemblyman Carrillo. This is an outdoor experiences community access grant program that would have provided additional funding for outdoor programs, conservation programs, and education programs. The governor vetoed this bill citing cost. There were a couple of examples of that. However, he did support the bill in concept and has committed to work with these authors going forward, so it's really possible that we could see some of these types of bills next year. We will continue during the interim to reach out to these authors' offices for any of the bills that we did support and continue to work with them going forward when these are reintroduced in January. Another larger bill that had particular relevance for Half Moon Bay and the county was AB 825 by Assemblyman Mullen, the San Mateo County Flood and Sea Level Rise Resiliency District. I believe we discussed that a little bit at a previous council meeting, but that was in fact signed into law. And I believe that members on this body are going to be serving on that one as well. So I'm seeing a couple here. Oh, fingers pointing in that direction, okay. Wonderful. Unfortunately, AB 849, a bill that the city did oppose, Bonta's election city and county redistricting bill, that was signed into the law by the governor. He was citing that as a transparency bill. The way the bill is going to work is that we're going to have until 2020 or after the next census to put a lot of these redistricting into place. The bill is prescriptive in what it requires cities to do in terms of meetings and outreach. Obviously, the city went through a redistricting process recently. In our letter to the governor and to the author, we had stated that for reasons that the city had already gone through this process and that we felt that it was representative of the community, that the bill shouldn't necessarily apply to us or a city even of this size. However, the bill was signed into law. We've already begun reaching out to Assemblymember Berman, who does chair the Elections and Constitutional Amendments Committee, about potentially introducing some cleanup language next year. This is obviously in the very early stages of this conversation, but potentially having legislation introduced that would use Half Moon Bay potentially as a model for how we had done this in the past, or maybe exemptions to cities of certain size.
So just to be clear, so that means that our redistricting plan stays in place until 2020, or
that would be my understanding.
The one that we came up with that is in place now.
So our November 2020 election will be under our current district map. And then in the fall, winter of 2021, we will have to go through the process again and adopt a new map under new criteria and using new requirements for public hearings and outreach, et cetera.
Got it. Thank you.
Unless we can get language to keep it up.
And that would be the attempt to introduce a bill next year that would alleviate the situation for us here in this community. Certainly. And oftentimes with bills, there are unintended consequences, and in conversations with the author's staff, he certainly did not feel that this is one of the targeted communities or a bad actor, but the way that the bill was drafted, everybody got caught up in it. Moving forward, two bills that both impacted smoking bans on state beaches. The governor vetoed one and signed the other. So there is now I believe it'll go into effect on January 1, but it would institute a $25 fine for smoking on state beaches. I believe the city already has a ban on smoking at city beaches, so it would bring this in line with that. I'm not sure about the penalty system here locally or if those work complementary, but I believe it would be not only for actually smoking on a city beach, but even the discarding of cigarette butts or tobacco or things of that nature. That would also be covered by this bill. Moving forward, SB 23 by Senator Wiener. This was a bill that the city supported, and it would have imposed higher punishments for individuals seeking to break into vehicles, either with the intent to commit theft or the actual commitment of theft. Currently, my understanding is that if someone was to break into your vehicle but not steal anything, that wouldn't be punishable by the same metrics as if they had actually robbed you. So this bill is aimed to curb a rising number of vehicle break-ins. The author has committed to bringing this back next year, so we will see it again in some form. Finally, the last thing I'll discuss are potential bond measures coming forward for 2020. At the end of this year, there were roughly 3 bond measures that would have impacted parks, water, wildlife, climate change. The most prominent of which was SB 45 by Senator Allen. He had moved his bill farthest along in the process, and it was one that the city took a support position on because it would have provided roughly $4 billion in bond funding for the state to perform grant programs similar to the ones that we apply for now. 2 additional bills were also introduced, one by Assemblymember Garcia and another by Assemblymember Mullen. Very, very similar in language. They're currently working their way through the process now of determining how much and to whom. We're currently participating in those conversations and working with their staff. Once again, this will be a big conversation for next year, but I wanted to make you aware that we do have a seat at the table. we're a part of these conversations and trying to make sure that the coast and cities of smaller size get their fair share of funding.
When would these bond measures be, March or November?
Currently, they could be either. My understanding from the author's staff is that November would be a more favorable turnout for their votership. However, if these were to move forward in January, they could still potentially make a March ballot. Yeah, that was it for my bills. I know there were a number of housing bills, and we're going to go into that in more detail, and I'm going to continue to work with staff to understand how they're going to be implemented. But if there are any questions on any of these or any other pieces of legislation, I'd be happy to take them.
I think that it's, I'm glad we're supporting SB 45, that's the Allen bond. But I think we should also advocate for a much bigger bond. So, and you know, what I'm hearing is there won't be any earmarks, that it'll be more, they'll retain geographic distributions and sort of programmatic sort of allocations. And we want to make sure those represent our interests, but I think we want to also advocate for a much bigger bond. I know that there's a $12 billion school construction bond that's going to be on in November 2020. And, but I think, you know, we've just not been applying enough to resources. And, you know, we do all these little small bonds, $3 billion here, $4 billion there. I think we ought to just, you know, take $10 billion and talk about wildfire and talk about, you know, all this stuff. We need to ask for what's realistic and what'll actually do the job. And it's a higher amount, but you know, we're running out of time to address climate change, and you know, we've got to adequately fund that. We can't just keep funding planning. We've got to actually fund doing. So I would support, you know, a $10 or $12 billion resources bond as well. So that's one thing. And then I'm glad you're going to be looking at the housing bills. Driving to pick somebody at the airport this morning, KQED, Michael Krasny had somebody on, several people on actually, talking about the ADU legislation and what it means. And I heard some things that kind of alarmed me, and I think we need to get a handle on those bills. Now, they said that one of the bills says that you cannot require owner occupancy. So that's one item that really has me, you know, worked up. So I really want us to understand those bills and then to have a presentation just on, you know, the housing bills so that we understand those. And I know Jill supports that too, but thanks for all you did in the past legislative session, Alex, and getting us up to Sacramento, and it was great. So.
Alex, one question. This whole, the issue came up earlier tonight about half areas in Half Moon Bay, especially on the coast, being classified more and more as high fire risk districts, and that people are beginning to get their fire insurance policies canceled, right? It came up earlier. So I'm wondering if, do you know of any legislation? It's sort of like getting, you know, screwed by a pre-existing condition. You know, you got your fire insurance and then threatened with getting it jacked up 3 or 4 times. And, sorry?
Creative analogy.
Yeah. So, yeah, I'm just wondering, because there's so many efforts to try and reduce these fire risks, and then putting people in a weird catch-22 if they live near the wrong eucalyptus grove or whatever.
Yes.
So yeah, I'm just wondering if anyone is even talking about that, maybe in Sacramento, or thinking about that issue.
Certainly, there were a number of wildfire informational hearings that were held over this last year to meet with victims of those various fires, as well as representatives of utilities. And this was really an unforeseen consequence that these insurance rates would go up to a point where individuals wouldn't be able to afford them. So to answer your question, yes, they are beginning to look into this. Also, I've heard that this is a potential, not necessarily solution, but means of getting folks to live in less fire-prone areas. So that's not necessarily the appropriate solution, but that is one of the talking points on the other side. But yes, this is something that is being discussed.
it just creates that interesting catch-22. If you want to be able to rebuild a town like Paradise, you know, there has to be some insurance money. Otherwise, it disappears off the map. So what's the ultimate goal? Yeah, maybe, yeah, I don't know, but, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so I just want to thank you for all your work that you've done. To me, affordable housing, our park, and the bike and pedestrian master plan. There are three things that we have prioritized. There are three things, well, the affordable housing was constant here. The Carter Park, we're almost at 40% to the drawing at this point. I think we just approved the funding for that. And the bike and pedestrian master plan, those are all ready for grants. So we're looking to you.
Certainly. The bike ped master plan, I believe, was approved last month, and we leaned on that very heavily for this grant application due tomorrow. That was really good timing on your part.
So thank you.
Great. Thank
Thanks
you.
for coming out.
Of course, just in closing, I would like to say, obviously, January, the legislature is going to reconvene, and that's when bills can start moving. But we're certainly going to be very active in the interim, looking not only at what our strategy is for 2020, working with you on potential any revisions to the legislative platform that you feel are necessary, and then discussing our talking points and strategy for the legislative subcommittee to have their January trip to Sacramento that we always recommend for that kind of time frame in the new year.
Yeah.
Certainly.
Thank you, Alex.
Great, thank you.
Let's take a 5-minute break and meet back here at 10 after 10. Fuck you.
That's fine.
That's called a shitter. Congratulations. We get back to item 3A at long last, the draft Affordable Housing Fund allocation guidelines. Jill?
Yes, thank you. And we're happy to bring this to you tonight. This is the first of a series of items that you considered in a conceptual form last July when we had a fairly in-depth housing study session, which was pretty soup to nuts. We covered a lot of topics, so tonight we're just going to focus on the first of a number that you will be seeing over the course of this fiscal year. We don't have anybody left in the room, so we're not going to spend a lot of time.
Wait a second, Roy's here.
But you guys have seen this. I know these people, and they have seen this. These are the same pager slides. So Jessica, can you click? And so we were going to cover background. We're going to go really fast over that, and then focus on the Affordable Housing Fund guidelines for your input and a few other topics. Next. So you already know this. Next. These are the 4 things that we're focusing on this year for your affordable housing priority. And the Affordable Housing Fund is the first. The next one you're going to see is actually, you'll be in a joint study session looking at the land use plan, and we will be working on what we're now calling renter security measures and or renter security provisions. That's, we'll talk about the renaming of that in a bit. Next, please. Thank you. Before we totally dive into your Affordable Housing Fund guidelines, we had a follow-up item. We heard this from you at the study session in July. We've also heard it from some people who participated in that. They're familiar with the San Mateo County Housing Authority's summary of incomes and maximum rents, and there's a pretty detailed table about that. And we've had this feedback that folks really want to see what it means. What's the difference between income to rent, and what are these categories? How are they defined? And can you show it in a simple form? So all I wanted to do with this slide and the next one, Jessica, can you pop? We're going from income now. Here we're showing income, annual incomes and how they relate to maximum rents. And I just standardized on the 4-person household. There's many lines in these tables where all the different combinations, but just pick that one. So the other. If
I could just interrupt.
Yep.
This is wonderful.
Is this what you wanted? Okay, that was all I really wanted. Does it help? Okay. And then in combination with the attachment in your staff report, we didn't make that about the average wages. We got that from another city, but you'll note that the restaurant cook job at just under $40K a year, or a teacher at $80,000 a year. And when you look at the income ranges here and where that falls and what the rents are, it helps give a lot more perspective. We understand, of course, we see it and we hear about it. Folks we know who have several jobs, families and households that we see doubling and tripling up, or the long haul commutes, and then of course some cases where there's actual relocation and leaving the area because of these relationships between income and rents. We also did a look at average rents in Half Moon Bay, and they're skewed high because we have a lot of our rental stock is single family, and so those are very expensive units versus the multifamily units. And we've also completed the research that Councilmember Penrose asked for in terms of how many units does this affect. So we can talk about that at the end if we still have energy, but let's move on and get into your guidelines. Remembering what our housing consultant wanted us to understand is that the production of new affordable housing requires a lot of different inputs, and your affordable housing fund in alignment with community support actually can help by having the guidelines which align with your policies, can bring forth land or the development itself. And so moving on to the next step, we're right into this guideline document now. As the city manager noted tonight, your fund has approximately $2.5 million, although you are now already using your guidelines before we came to this item successfully, and you may be allocating $300,000 out of that. So we should think about that as we go through and use this as a test. I think it works, but we wanted to make sure that you thought about this. In July, we talked about guiding principles, eligible uses, and funding methods. I'll hit those really quickly because we really just brought forward what you saw before. You didn't give us a ton of feedback on those things. When we don't hear a lot, we assume that it's in pretty good shape. We polished it up. Next slide. So the idea for these guidelines is that they give you a way to wrap your arms around some opportunities and at the same time maintain flexibility, because there are things that come up that you might not have anticipated. Different priorities may come to light from year to year. So we don't want them to be too tight. At the same time, we want to make sure that they're following the intention, and that's what these guiding principles are about. And of course, they're fleshed out more in your draft document. Next. Eligible uses. This is really important for when you're actually on the brink of putting forth some funding, is even if the use is possibly aligned with the guidance, we want to make sure that it is an eligible use. That said, we did leave an open-ended other opportunities category because it's important for councils to not get put in a corner with a guidelines document. We think this guideline should be a living document, and you'll see a few places where it needs to be probably adjusted from year to year. Noting that the city's below market rate ordinance, this is a piece of your zoning code, that is where the affordable housing fund is set up. And in addition to setting it up, that zoning code further establishes that city council should, on an annual basis, give direction, and that you have the discretion about what you intend to do with the fund over that year. So this guideline is intended to be looked at every year and get your direction, probably as a part of your budget process or maybe through your prioritization. So it's something that we can do now together if this is going in the right direction. So next, we talked about how to have big projects, methods for dealing with those through either a notice of funding availability or the RFQ, RFP kind of process. That might be where you have a property, the city-owned property, that you're interested in bringing in an affordable housing developer, or over-the-counter types of projects where people come forth and they want to develop affordable housing, and it's above and beyond what they're required to do by the city code. That needs to be clear to everybody in the room. This fund is not for subsidizing a developer's requirements with your BMR ordinance, the below market rate ordinance, to provide affordable housing. This is above and beyond what's required. It does not subsidize that. But that over-the-counter idea is to help us with some opportunities. And then also if you were ever interested in, if a property came up that was of interest to you for land banking. Next slide. This is a suggestion to maintain the flexibility, but also provide some structure so that when you're looking at this every year, you could give us some direction that, oh, this year we're really going to prioritize projects, for example, that are affordable, where we're developing new housing or securing rehabilitated units to be affordable to lower and very low income, for example. That seems aligned actually with some of the things you've been saying through this process. Or if you're really wanting them to be, maybe there isn't enough money in the fund at some point to fund a big project, so you direct what you really want through an over-the-counter process for that year. So this doesn't need to be really tight. It's just something that we can work through, kind of like a worksheet when you're doing this. Next slide. This is something where Bill Lowell would like to do some research for us. He hasn't had the ability to do that recently, but I threw in some numbers just to show you how it might scale. So for example, if you were to say, well, we want to do over the counter, but we want to have a maximum subsidy per unit, and prioritizing extremely low and understanding that we need to leverage a lot of funds to get those units built. As you saw, those rents that they take are much, much lower than market. You might have a cap that's quite a bit higher for that unit than for a very low or for a low. So you can see the scaling there and what the value proposition is for each one to actually get it built. And then what Bill will do in his research is he's going to see how this may feather into what San Mateo County is doing, because they have, really the intent here is hopefully some of the city's funds are going to be used to leverage their much bigger fund. Okay.
Jill,
Yep.
Are these realistic numbers or?
It's illustrative only, as you see.
What does that mean?
There is a reality about them, because there was a city that we looked at that had put a cap of no more than $100,000 per unit for subsidy, understanding that this does not fund the gap at all. This just gets it started, right? I scaled the subsidy for extremely low, very low, and low on a $100,000 limit, because there was another town that was doing that kind of a cap. And actually, these numbers aren't that far off. They have not been studied the way that Bill will through a kind of a pro forma basis. But I wanted you to see the scaling. Extremely low needs a lot of money. And it's really important to know that and to have a good strategy for leveraging funds to get that type done. Very low as well. As soon as we get up into low is in Half Moon Bay, that the average rent for low is, well, the average rent for a 2-bedroom apartment is really high. It's $4,200. But the cheapest rent is $2,500 and the highest is $11,000. So what's going on here is the skew is with some really nice, probably big, pretty cool houses. But the cheapest rent is reflective of a probably, it's actually in the range, and we've already moved past that slide. It's in the range of low. So low is, you can get a lot of low, affordable to low income household units. You can probably strategically get quite a few of those. It's pretty close to market. That said, that means you probably don't want to subsidize them very much. So that's what this is, just trying to provide some support. We would like to have numbers updated probably every year for something like this, just to give you some ballpark. And the intent of the guidelines isn't to restrict you to this, but just to have a sense of the order of magnitude of what the value is. Next. So then the funding approval process, I've got just 2 quick slides on this. We think that this is really one of the most important things. When you direct staff for your intent for the year, and that we would then establish if we're going to go out with a NOFA, or what the timeline would be with an RFP, RFQ kind of thing, or if we're going to be just doing over the counter. Regardless, we would need to have a really clear application, and you told us that you want us to be open for business, so we would need to really put the word out and solicit the interest in using the funds for appropriate uses. It would be staff's job to get that going and really work through every application that came through and prepare it for you in a staff report. And the next slide is that in bigger cities, staff often would administer this for smaller projects. I really am not comfortable with that here. The fund is small, the need is big, and you're really involved with your community and very hands-on with this. So we would want to bring every proposal to you with a resolution for your evaluation and approval. So it isn't intended to slow it down or make it harder for the applicant, but we think it needs to be daylighted, and that's in alignment with how you do your business. Next slide. So that was it on the Affordable Housing Fund. So we're looking for what's missing, what you wish was in there, and we will polish it up and make it look like the kind of document that it should. It won't take us very long, and bring a resolution for you should you wish to approve that. I did want to give a couple other updates as well, and I'm almost out of slides. So let's see. Renter security measures. As you know, the next one on your list is we were talking tenant protection measures. We don't have that for you tonight. We've got a couple. It's really important to note that state legislation was passed that has a significant impact, we think, in the direction that you want, and we need to make sure that we're really clear about it. It's AB 1482, and it's essentially a rent cap, and it would not apply to single-family homes or duplexes if the owner of the property lives in one of the units, but otherwise it applies to everything else, which, you know, we've had this talk about mom and pops, and we've got that research done. So we need to show you how this cuts and really be clear.
Regardless of when the unit was built, is
There
that right?
is a timeline on that. You are good. And I'm trying to find my year on that. I wasn't prepared to go deep on this, but hang on. I forgot the year. I have it in here, and for some reason, I'm just not finding it.
Well, yeah, we can read it.
We will dig into that, and just, but do know that it's important for any measures that you come out with, that they align with this and take advantage of it. And there's synergy, and both your Sarah Clark, who works with Catherine and is a housing specialist, and of course Bill Lowell, and then Alex, folks at his shop, we're gonna talk about this one and make sure that we're very clear. Now, I did meet with the SAMCAR, which is San Mateo County Apartment Association of Realtors, and then the California Apartment Association folks. And this is what I wanted you to just note. They really don't like the term tenant protection measures. it upsets them because they work with so many responsible landlords, and it's this thing about, well, gosh, why do we have to protect our tenants from these really great landlords? So what else can you call it, city? And I said, well, so we flipped it, and we may come up with something later, but really it's about renter security. And so maybe there are renter security provisions, but it's a positive statement. And it made them happy, so we would like to go with that. It won't last, but who knows? We'll give it a try. And then, so we're gonna try to come back to you before the end of the year with that. We want to have these first two things on your list done. Jessica, next slide. You already heard from Alex. There's a pile of legislation that we're reading and trying to understand, and how it relates to our smaller town that doesn't have transit and is in the coastal zone. And those are all things that are sometimes affect how the housing legislation is actually enacted. So we have a lot of reading to do. Yes, the owner occupancy item, yep, we saw that. So we'll be clear about all of this when we come back. And then our next steps, we would like to finalize these guidelines and have you let us know if you're ready to initiate the allocation process. It appears that you are, because you were doing that tonight, so that's kind of great. And I'm also working, we're one of a handful of cities in the San Mateo County 21 Elements group that is pooled a modest amount of funding to have a commercial linkage study completed again, and to see what the benefit would be to Half Moon Bay as a funding source for the Affordable Housing Fund. And remembering also that the Affordable Housing Fund, many of the allocations may be recovered as loans, but they may also be forgiven. So, you know, there is some revolving fund availability there. And then we already talked about that, and we're going to see you in 2 weeks at a joint study session with your very capable and hardworking Planning Commission. And we're excited to hopefully get you on the same kind of plane of what's in that great big book. And speaking of the great big book, if we haven't supplemented your book, because a few of you are missing sections, please get it over to us, and we'll give your book a tune-up. And that's all I have. If you have guidance on the guidelines.
The only thing I have to say is that as long as we have things in there that are little paragraphs that say other, I'm going to be really happy, because we don't have anybody banging at the door trying to build affordable housing here. And I don't want to tie us down too tight so that we can't take the first opportunity and jump at it. So it looks like the way you've done this, that it accommodates that. So thank you.
Anybody else? No, I'm good. Good. Yeah. Thank you, Jill.
Thanks, Jill.
Tenant protections are no longer.
Renter security, yeah. Where are we? Next item is the annual report from Mark Thomas and Company on sewer collection system maintenance.
Mr. Dowdy has been patiently standing by, and I think he's making his way into the courtroom.
That's all right, it's all right. You. Owner of the press.
Thank you. We recognize the lateness of the hour, and we will try to accommodate you. But we think this is an important issue to discuss, and so we'd like to take a few minutes of your time to walk you through the annual report from Mark Thomas, as you're aware, and that we hired Mark Thomas almost a year and a half or so ago. This would be their first full year that this report is on. I have with me Benjamin Porter from Mark Thomas, who is the project manager and who has excellent taste in sport coats as well, I might add. We always plan for these presentations this way, so like that. In any event, Benjamin's here. He'll walk you through this PowerPoint. And there are, most important, I think there's the text that's there, which is important, and then there's the pictures that kind of go with it. And if you have any questions about what those things are and what's going on with that, Benjamin will be happy to give you more detail. But some of it's self-explanatory, some of it you have to sort of look a little closer at what it is and what's going on and dealing with it. And I guarantee you it's not too bad. We could have got worse. So he kept it clean, so to speak. So with that, I will turn it over and go from there.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. Okay, so I'm going to try to move as quickly as I think makes sense based on the lateness of the hour, but also make sure you guys hear from me what I think is important to hear. So give you a brief overview of what we've been doing as part of our contract, give you some insight on some of our cleaning observations, as well as what we've learned through the FOG program, and also some ongoing challenges, particularly with the CCTV. So the inspection staff observed over 38 miles of collection lines, and that included the main lines and the hotspots, which, hotspots really are main lines that are just cleaned more frequently. We conducted weekly inspections of the pump stations as well as the annual pump station maintenance, and we assisted with pump replacement and rebuild at Pelican Point Pump Station. In addition, we conducted 145 FOG inspections, which was under a separate contract. Oh, and under a separate contract, we did closed-circuit television of the hotspots. Sorry. Okay, so for mainline cleaning, the Mark Thomas observed SAM maintenance crews while they perform the mainline cleaning, essentially to inspect the process and verify that the right tools and methods are being used, but also, perhaps most importantly, to provide documentation. Early on in the contract year, we identified that we did not see the SAM staff using baskets, which are an essential tool to collect what's being cleaned from the sewer line instead of just pushing it down the road. And so within a short time after we initiated our inspections, they were using baskets. So the mainline segments are cleaned thoroughly. Mark Thomas inspection staff ensures that. And so sometimes you use the jetter and you flush all the stuff in the sewer, and you find that you have a lot of stuff in the sewer, so that wouldn't be considered a clear result. So then we would do it again until we keep doing it until we get a clear result. So some cases, particularly you have a siphon, which is really a place where stuff gets hung up a lot. I think when they did the siphon last time, they did 9 passes before they got a clear result. So in the baskets, typically we'd collect items like roots, gritty soil, grease, and other debris. And so that picture is also illustrative of what can happen in sewer manholes when they have been left to the elements for a long time, which is the roots can intrude through the joints of the concrete manhole.
See the roots the roots protruding out all around the ring. Yeah.
So Housing Associates has also been assisting Half Moon Bay and Mark Thomas with analyzing the cleaning frequencies of the hotspots to try to optimize them. Some of the hotspots are hotspots because there was an event a long time ago, or they get on the hotspot list for various reasons, and sometimes those being on the hotspot list is not appropriate unless you have, you know, good reason to keep it on the list. So part of what we've been doing with housing is to, you know, verify that all these hotspots really should be hotspots. So the way they do that is they look at the number of passes required and the debris retrieved and determine if we can reduce the frequency. And what we'll do is if we do reduce the frequency, that won't necessarily mean that we're going to stick with that. We're going to continue to look at the data. So, you know, if we come back the next time and it looks like it really needs to be cleaned more often, then, you know, we'll bump up the frequency again. So it's just an ongoing process.
Quick question. In there, you talk about the baskets containing other debris. Have you categorized what that is?
It can be anything.
Well,
It can be rocks.
Is there a preponderance of man-made manufactured stuff? Or is it mostly things like roots and rocks?
It's mostly things like roots and soil and gritty soil and fog. But, I mean, in my experience, you can find soda cans, you can find anything that somebody wants to try to stick in a manhole or flush down a toilet. I mean, and one.
Female hygiene products.
They're big?
Can be,
Personal wipes?
Condoms, oh yeah, wipes.
These types of things are all in.
How useful would it be to have a campaign, for the city to have a campaign and explain to people what not to put in their?
Well, I'm not sure what,
I don't know what the scope of the problem is, how big that an issue that is.
well, I mean, so you have 3 pump stations. Pump stations can be particularly impacted by the wipes, which is becoming more and more popular. There's legislation in California to try to change the labeling because they basically say they're flushable even though they're not flushable, and they're really, I mean, they're flushable. You can flush them, but you shouldn't, especially if you have pump stations or if you, I mean, if you care about your own personal lateral, then you really shouldn't be flushing them. But people figure once it gets out of their own lateral, then they don't need to worry about it anymore. And in some cases, that's kind of true, but I mean, it just means that the sewer collection system needs to worry about it.
So we can talk about that a little bit. It sort of goes along with the FOG program as well, is this goes back to the issue of not dumping your grease and things down the, you know, down the sink, which affects your internally, your property, but also out to the lines and everything. So it goes along with part of what we've been talking about internally is what kind of education program and what kind of deal with that. Our program is made more difficult in some respects because we do the billing the one time a year on the property taxes. So in many instances, you send out monthly or bi-monthly or quarterly billing, and you can put stuffers and you can put information out there. So it's not impossible, but it's certainly made more difficult where you can't, you know, put them in the usual bills and things of that nature as informational items. But we can also tag along with Republic's billing and other billings and other ways to try to get information out there, and certainly newspaper articles and newspaper ads and all those things. But frankly, what you'll, from talking to most people in the business, they do all of this, and it still ends up, for the most part, in the same spot and in the same areas and dealing with that.
It's a significant issue, in other words.
It is.
It does have significance.
It
It's
is.
worth
It
dealing
is.
with if we could deal with it.
We are dealing with it, but right now we're dealing with it because it's being done. If we could stop it from being, or reduce the amount of material going down, it would be a benefit.
Okay, thank you.
So, yeah, I mean, just to add to what John was saying, if you could do that with a mailer, I mean, for some of the other sanitation districts that we manage, we send out an annual report, and we put that exact information in our annual report, because, you know, you're probably right.
I get one every year.
So, yeah, so I mean, you could, I don't know what the return on investment is for doing it, but it's worth trying if it's not a huge investment to, you know, have an outreach program for that. I mean, every little bit helps, so.
If I could just say that this and other reasons are why with the manholes, that we do the relining of them, and we've been working on and have done, I think, 30-plus relinings with the manholes. And so when we come with, or we do it, we come with those the requests for fundings, and we deal with those things. This is part of what we're dealing with, which is sealing those up so the water isn't getting in there, so the roots aren't getting there and dealing with it. So it's important that we do maintain those, and we're doing another 10, 11 soon with those that are primarily heavy water, kind of leaking water through them and dealing with it. So we're having to deal with some special grouts and all those things, but we are working on that. So for the record, this is what we're working toward in terms of maintaining our manholes. And at some point, they're going to tell us what the appropriate word for that is, person hole or something, but.
Okay, so moving on to the next integral part of our scope of services is pump station services. We do regular inspections of the 3 pump stations. So by regular, I mean weekly. We also have quarterly and annual inspections of, that have more involved in them. So the wet wells are cleaned quarterly. And for your information, that pipe on the right side of that picture is not part of the wet well. That's the vacuum that's used for cleaning from the vacuum truck. So for the annual inspection, the pumps are disassembled to clean out the rags or debris, and then everything, all the inner parts of the pump are inspected to determine if they need to be replaced or rehabilitated, or if the whole pump needs to be replaced. In addition, on the quarterly cleaning, we take the pumps out, but we don't take them apart. So we take the pumps out and do a comprehensive evaluation without taking them apart. And of course, anytime there is an issue with one of the pumps, we would take it out and inspect it as well. So as part of the weekly maintenance, we really just look at all the mechanical parts and make sure that they're working properly. So I don't know if I need to spend any more time on that. So the next big part of what we've been involved in is the fog inspections. Sam was doing fog inspections as much as they could, but they didn't really feel like they had the manpower to do it as often as was desired by the city. So we've been performing fog inspections at all the facilities that we've identified that produce grease. We educate the facility on how to reduce the amount of grease that gets into the storms, into the sanitary sewer. And also we evaluate based on their operations, what type of spill control or fog control device they need. And if they need a better one or a bigger one or a different type, then we would make that recommendation. So the grease control devices capture the grease, but they must be serviced more regularly to perform adequately. And this picture is an example of a fog being measured inside a below sink grease trap. So that's probably one of the nastier pictures I'll show you tonight. So I said earlier that we do make recommendations based on cleaning and maintenance schedules. And this is another nasty picture of a grease interceptor with heavy grease due to inadequate cleaning. So the reason you can tell from the picture that it's inadequately cleaned is because you can actually see grease inside of that hole in the center. All the grease is supposed to be on the surface, and the hole, it's actually a T. It goes up through the top of the water surface and down below. That's supposed to be clear. And so there is supposed to be grease there, but not inside of the pipe that you see right there. So as far as ongoing challenges go, I'm just going to try to show you a few examples of closed circuit television video. So this one is actually angled to the side. The water surface is in the bottom right corner. But what I'm showing you here is an example. If you can picture, that pipe is actually kind of oval shaped as opposed to circular. So it's been deformed, and that makes it so that the camera, which is actually a robot that crawls through the pipe, can't get through this pipe properly. So this is just one example of a strangely shaped pipe that cannot be inspected with our traditional equipment. So the next picture is an example of, if you can see the actual intruding joint where the two pipes were fused together. This is not the proper method of construction, but it's hard to know what contractors are putting in the ground when they're putting it in the ground, especially if you don't have a CCTV equipment. But so this makes it that joint should be removed, but it's not. So what would happen if the camera tried to go through there is it would get stuck, and then we'd have to dig it up, or we basically have to dig it up. So we don't want to do that.
So how do you inspect it when you can't use this?
We abort. I mean,
No inspection done.
well, we got this far and we aborted. We can do it with a push camera, which doesn't provide the same level of detail, and is easier to retrieve if it gets stuck. And we will do it with a push camera, but we can't do it with the equipment that we traditionally use, which is more advanced. I mean, because you can pan and tilt and look all around, and then so this is what fats, oils, and grease look like inside of the pipe. So again, this is something that we don't want to get our camera stuck in your sewer, because then we'd have to dig it up. And so we abandoned this one. I'll show you a picture later of what our technique is for dealing with this. But what this means is that either it's definitely a hot spot and needs to be cleaned more often, or the cleaning frequency or the cleaning method is not effective in removing it, because this is unless you have an upstream discharger who's just like not paying any attention to what they're supposed to be doing, this is years of buildup.
So just to for a little background to this, we asked Mark Thomas to come in and CCTV the hot spots. As part of that, we asked them to actually do it before the cleaning, so we could see what the condition of these were before cleaning, because we were concerned about methodology, frankly, and the equipment, and the frequency, and all of those factors and everything like that. So what we found is what we suspected in some instances, in a number of instances, which is that where we have the real buildup of the fog material, this isn't occurring between a quarterly cleaning and building up. This is multiple years, perhaps, but multiple months, not multiple years. And that's where we've got to really figure out what's going on. And first, probably from the contributor to this, which is in this instance we're assuming is Mullins and Ritz-Carlton. But beyond that is that how do we clean this and make sure this is right, because this is where we have the potentials for SSO events. So these are the big pieces of the puzzle.
We were previously paying Sam to do this work.
And we continue to pay them to do the work. So the reason we brought Mark Thomas in was for the concern that not that they didn't want to do the work, but just simply that we were concerned that the quality and the number of times necessary to clean, and sometimes the methodology wasn't exactly up to what we thought was necessary to protect the city and from the future possibility of SSO events. So what we've found is that, in much of the work and everything with that, their quality, particularly after being some training and some assistance, has been improved. But we still have some areas and issues that we're concerned that the equipment that they're using and their methodology isn't working, and we've got to figure out how to address these and other areas in which there's stalactites and stalagmites of solid grease in the lines, and I don't know if those pictures are in there, but I saw other ones. Okay, we'll leave it at that one.
So you have to forgive my ignorance on this issue, but like if you're paying somebody to do something and it hasn't been done, is there recourse action? Because obviously it seems like we've made the right move to help bring somebody else in to help us with it. Like I get that, I'm all supportive of it, but we kind of did that under the pretense of knowing that we didn't feel like things were being taken care of to the level, yet we still are paying money for those things to be taken care of at a certain level. How does that, what do we do with that?
Well, I think your question, if I understand it, is how are we holding SAM accountable for the contract we have with them?
Correct.
So, in part, we're holding them accountable by forcing them to do the necessary steps and the number of runs to get to a clear result when they're cleaning. And as was indicated in the siphon, it took 9 times. What I will venture a guess is that in previous years, there was 1, maybe 2 runs, but it was not 9 runs through that we got. And they didn't work it till it was clear. So those are the things, and that's where that oversight is important and necessary. And again, I don't believe it's because the SAM crew wants to do a less than adequate job, but they have sort of obligations to deal with it. These are the ones that we're struggling with because these, our concerns are, this is shortly, this is within a couple of months off the hot list, hotspot list, that this is what this looks like. So they cleaned it, they got to a clear result and everything with it, but there was all this left in there to deal with it because this wasn't moving and this isn't dealing with it. So we've got to figure out ultimately how to change methodology, change equipment, and change something so these are getting cleaned and cleared from that point. And so, again, in other agencies, including one that they manage and deal with, I know, is that they have a CCTV connected to the actual Vector truck and cleaning, and they're CCTVing what they're after they're cleaning and dealing with it. It's kind of a checking and dealing with it. When we purchased the equipment on behalf of us and the other 2 agencies, we didn't invest in that technology and that deal to put the CCTV piece behind that. That's an extremely expensive proposition to do that. And then you also have to manage it and equip it and train folks.
And that's just oversight. That's not solving the problem.
Yeah.
That's just showing the problem.
Yeah.
So how much of this buildup could be prevented at the front end, at the establishments, using the right traps or whatever? What percentage could be prevented?
First of all, they're all using the right traps and the things and dealing with that.
But almost all of it can be, as long as they're cleaning their traps or their interceptors at the right frequency. Almost all of it is removed because the way it's designed, this has a different density than water, so it's almost completely separated.
So to our question about costs, what's most cost effective? Is it more cost effective to increase our inspections of those traps for a while so they'll not know when it's going to happen, and better enforcement, bigger fines if their traps aren't clean, or at the front end? How do other cities handle that?
Right now they're like, it's not really detailed. I think you said it could be a general violation, but there's not a specific detail about fog violations, which John and I have been talking about what kind of teeth you might
Yeah.
want that to have, but.
No, so that's something that, Bob, if you just put that on your radar screen, that could be saving a lot of money, not to mention all the risk involved if we don't
There,
get these things.
if I could add, though, there is that regular activity that's caught in the equipment that's designed to catch this. There's also, if you go around and you watch, there's the washout and wash down of the mats and all those things that sometimes reach a storm drain, sometimes they reach a drain that's built into like the dumpster enclosures and things. So those are tough because those washdowns are happening daily, if not more often than daily in a lot of the restaurants as they're required and supposed to, but they're not cleaning and dealing with those and capturing those correctly. And so there's a lot that goes along with this issue. So you can check what's going on and the traps and the things inside, but it's also the activities that are occurring every day by the staff and training and dealing with them. And it's also that issue of having to be vigilant to, in fact, do enforcement and make sure that you're going around and checking with them so they're doing the right programs. It's also training, but it's also putting some teeth to the notices of violation and things of that nature, which we can work on and we've had on our list to work on and start to deal with. But
are you generally like in favor of that concept, or is it something that you find kind of like really we do it and we wouldn't really enforce it, so it doesn't really matter? I'm just curious because
when the video showed this coming back and this duplicated in multiple lines, the one behind Safeway is equally bad. For example, it has issues. There's some others here in the downtown area that also are having these issues. Certainly, we need to figure out what the answer is. Until this point, we had no documentation of exactly what was happening with these hot spots and the cleaning. So you're getting this almost real time as we are, and so we wanted to bring this to you for the very reason that we're having this conversation, which says we have a problem. We now have an identified problem. Now we need to identify the solution to get to that point. And it's partially, I think, the SAM cleaning and figuring out how we, or someone else, in those instances that might have different equipment and deal with it, that perhaps can get this better. But it's also trying to stop the source of it. And so we're committed to that as well. And then there's also, which includes, both trying to limit the amount going down first in the areas with that deal, and the other part of that is making sure the restaurants and the businesses that are the heavy producers of the fog and everything with that deal are operating appropriately and managing their equipment and tallow and all those things.
I have one other question. You said you inspected 35 miles?
I believe it was 38.
What percentage of the pipes is that?
That's 100%. That's 100, over 100, because it's 100 plus hotspots, which hotspots mean we did more than once.
35 miles of
but not CCTV.
No, but you've inspected every pipe.
We've cleaned and inspected the cleaning, but not with the camera. We have not. We've only inspected the hotspots.
Would the city be better off if Mark Thomas was responsible for 100% of the cleaning?
Well, actually, Mark Thomas doesn't do cleaning in any of the districts. We do a lot of we have contractors. So really what Sam is doing is serving as the contractor that Mark Thomas usually uses.
Okay, got it.
Apologies for the interruption. It is 11 o'clock. I'd suggest a motion to continue, to extend the meeting.
I move that we continue till 11:30.
Or at least do this item, and then we can continue the next item because it's not timely.
We don't have to stay till 11:30, but we're authorized.
Why don't we say 15 minutes?
Yeah. I'm tired.
I move that we continue this meeting until 11:20.
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
All right, keep going. It's good.
Okay.
That's good.
Yeah.
So this next picture is just a picture of what a camera looks like when it's underwater. So this is the result of a high water level. You know, we can get around this by doing nighttime video inspection. Hopefully that works. Sometimes we may need to be going upstream, or sometimes the going upstream is the only way that we can do the inspection, and that also causes the camera to be submerged. So this is just an issue that, you know, we're working to get around, but just John wanted me to show you lots of pictures, so this is one of the pictures I wanted to show you. So this is an example of just like debris in the pipe, you know, this is kind of interesting because this is probably effectively cleaned, and this is a pipe that we, you know, if we had cleaned it right before we did the inspection, this probably wouldn't be here because the debris would be flushed out of the system. But so what this is showing is that we couldn't do the full inspection, but it is really showing that it's definitely a hot spot because it seems to be a collection point for debris. Okay, and then this next picture is just an example of a location where, because of fencing, we were unable to access the manholes to do the video inspection. And then the next picture is a picture of an improperly constructed connection to the sewer main, which obviously would effectively impede any attempt to get the robot through this pipe. And so this next picture is our most exciting adventure with the CCTV. We used a little bit of creativity here because this was hard fog, like really old fog, like almost as hard as concrete. And there's no way using the equipment that Sam was using, I mean, they were basically just getting it wet and it wasn't doing anything. And typically we wouldn't want to use a cutter in this pipe because it's a clay pipe. But what we did is we had the video camera upstream while the cutter was in there. So we had feedback from the video analysis while we were doing the cleaning so that we could instruct the cleaning crew how to use, like where to cut and when they were done and how and when to keep going. And we really pulled out a lot of fog out of this pipe, and this is the method we intend to use a little bit more often for some of your harder to clean pipes.
And that was through actually a separately contracted.
Yeah, so Sam didn't have the equipment.
Have the proper cutter for this work.
So to kind of go back to something you said earlier, I mean, Sam's trying to do a good job here, but they don't have the right equipment, and you know, like you could effectively decide to use a different contractor for this hotspot in particular, and not pay Sam to do it as a way to, you know, reduce costs. But
which we didn't pay Sam for the cleaning of this, so
right.
because they didn't do the cleaning, so we offset it. You were able to offset it? Yeah, that's impressive.
So in conclusion, I didn't say anything about this earlier. We do have a responsibility also to provide oversight in SSO incidents. You didn't have any SSOs for this contract year. So that is an indicator. I mean, that's just kind of like a implicit indicator that you're doing a good job with maintaining your system. Because if you do that, even if you do an exceptional job and you do everything right, you still could get SSOs. But if you have 0, that's a pretty good indicator that you're doing a good job.
Wasn't it a light rain here?
Yeah. Well, I don't know about Half Moon Bay.
Last year was heavy rain.
Was it heavy rain?
Yeah. Tons of snow, and then remember we got out of the drought.
I just want to get this on the record. Talking about sewers is not a sexy topic.
Sexy.
Hence the absence of a lot of people in this room. But you know what? This is the kind of preventative work that prevents 300,000 gallon raw sewerage leaks on our city streets. And I just say hats off to the folks who made the decisions to bring you in. And, you know, you sometimes spend some money to correct things that haven't been done right for a long time, and it's part of protecting the public interest and risk. So this is great. Appreciate it.
Yeah, I mean, I remember when we made that decision as a council, and it was a hard decision, for me at least, because we're double paying. I mean, that's really what it comes down to. I mean, we're paying for one service, and then we're paying for another service to do the oversight and the help and the education piece. Sounds like it was a good move overall, which is good, because it also does save money in terms of the spills, and then the money you have to spend to mitigate against those spills, and then to deal with the lawsuits that come with those pieces as well. So I think money well spent. My other questions kind of like, I think we're in a 3-year contract, and we're just in year 1 of that contract right now.
Now we're
year 2. Are we into year 2?
This is the year 1 report, but
this is the year 1 report.
Year
we're
2 started
year 2?
in July.
Okay, so just out of curiosity, is this something that would, from your perspective, are we able to get through this, and then we have the education, we know how to then move forward after, or are we going to have to kind of like generally, do you have to re-up this, and we're going to have to keep this program going, or do we try to find a contractor, and hopefully these are discussions that are happening that can deal with all the variations of things that we're talking about, because obviously we're learning ourselves what needs to be done now and have a good sense of the extra equipment that's needed, and do we help Sam get that equipment? Do we put that part of it? I mean, all the various pieces to figure out what we have to do to not quote unquote double pay, and kind of have a sense, because there has to be a outside effort, as you alluded to, back to the businesses themselves, okay, what are we going to do from that perspective? Then an inside the pipes effort, because if we just keep fixing the problem without going to the source and creating any type of legislation against that, it's like we're enabling us to have to spend money.
So
Incessant.
I'll do the thing. It's 11:13 and we only have a couple of minutes left. What I'm going to suggest is that we come back with an action plan to lay out sort of the next steps to addressing these issues and more. The other thing I'm going to say is I have invited Keishan, the interim GM at SAM, to come do their annual report the next meeting. And so I think it'd be good to hear from them, their perspective on sort of what has been done, and we can sort of then between these two reports and what's coming with that deal. And it was planned ahead, not for any reason. I offered them to come tonight as well, but they suggested next month to come. So we'll get a little more information. We'll put together an action plan. We'll come back and we'll talk about it and look at and work with Catherine a little bit in talking about what kind of ordinance revision work that we need to look at to bring our fog enforcement up to where we need to have it to be meaningful out there too.
And to me, obviously, to your level of enforceability, whatever that means, because I have no idea what that actually entails, really, or what we have to do.
There's a very simple, we have an administrative remedies process that's already built in. We have a code compliance and code enforcement. We just need to make sure that this fog process and the issues with fog is tied together in the municipal code that allows us to use the enforcement mechanisms that already exist, and that's all we really need to do, because they're very loosely associated, and I think in order to really make it meaningful and legally defensible, frankly, we're going to have to make more of a connection, and then we can give people notice of our interest in making sure that they're performing. And our interest is not fining and finding violations. It's correcting their behavior, and that's the first choice. But we have to have a way to make that punitive and meaningful if necessary.
I would like, if it's okay to move, that we accept the annual report from Mark Thomas and Company, Inc. on sewer collection systems, cleaning oversight, the fats, oils, and greases, fog inspection program, and related work. Get a second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we continue the last item to the next meeting, or do you guys want to hear it right now? I don't want to hear it either, unfortunately. Yeah. So.
Jennifer's back there very hurt by all.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it's a long day. No, because the problem is I do want to hear the item.
We're happy to come back at the next meeting. What I'm going to tell you is that we're planning at the next meeting to bring TDM and traffic management issues back with it. So we'll just do a little bigger
those items back to
presentation.
back.
And we'll put them back to back, and you'll get both of them at the same meeting.
Sorry, Jennifer.
Sorry, Jennifer.
And we'll put them first on the agenda.
Are there any future agenda items?
Yeah, I've already mentioned this to Bob. I'd like to have a representative from the county come to talk to us about their marijuana growing ordinances that affect the county lands that are adjacent to city lands, because it seems like I'd be interested, we want to hear about what the original intention was behind those ordinances, allowing for full growth in nurseries of marijuana plants. It appears that, maybe intentionally or unintentionally, that they've incentivized the sale of these nurseries for vast sums of money without creating jobs and without really creating a benefit even to local farmers, because except for the people selling their greenhouses, and lots of outsiders are coming in, and it seems to be really rapidly moving, and there seems to be a lot of concern by the public of having these nurseries all around them. So I think if we could just, get someone from the county to start that conversation with us, would be great.
That's a good topic. Yeah, Bay City, the other one that sold.
Yeah.
Apparently, there's a couple in Pescadero, I've heard.
Yes.
So it's kind of
Yes.
starting to get a little out of control.
Great, thank you. Well, no, it's in part, it's incentivizing.
So you,
County.
you understand what Robert is
Mr.
asking?
Mayor and members of
Yeah.
the council, I do. Councilmember Brownstone brought this to my attention previously, and so I had already made a note of it. We got the gist of what is being requested.
Okay, good. Are there any city commission or committee updates? Are there any city council reports? This meeting is adjourned.